evidence based on what she reviewed, what's in the report. There is the issue of whether that is admissible. The underlying data, 703 issue. So we still have.
We'll address that.
Yes, when it comes up, as it comes up.
Okay, the bottom line is, her position did not change based on that number, and based on the additional.
Yeah, because she didn't really.
She didn't have to review it, that's right.
You stopped her
Before she looked at any.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to clarify for the record at this point. They're ready kissing on that. Who is your next witness going to be?
Kimberly Brown. The detective is not the doctor.
Oh, that makes sense.
Thanks for clarifying.
Be seated, please. How was the weather outside? Want to do the second half of this day on We get the TV set up and we'll go on. All right, stay ready to call, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. They call the detective Kimberly Brown.
Something swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, Detective. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Kimberly Brown, Kimberly, Brown, Brown.
And where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
What's your current assignment?
My current assignment is the Training Academy.
What was your assignment back in April of 2018?
I was a detective with the narcotics unit assigned to the Specialized Investigations Division.
Did you participate in the search to attempt to locate Travis Reinking on April 22nd and April 23rd of 2018?
I did,
Which day did you become involved in the search?
both days.
About how many hours on the 22nd did you participate in the search?
I'm not sure. We were there till dark and then had to turn around and come back the next morning. I'm not sure the exact total hours.
Okay. But you were searching all day?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time on April 23rd, did you come in contact with Travis Reinking?
I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please identify him?
Yes, sir. He's sitting with counsel in a blue button-up long sleeve shirt.
Where was the defendant when you encountered him?
In the woodlines off of, I'm thinking the road name, Sprucedale.
Okay.
The woods there between Sprucedale and I think it was Mount, I'm terrible with road names, Mount Springs Road.
When you encountered him, what was he doing?
He was in the proned out position, meaning that he was laying face down on his stomach with his arms and legs outstretched to his side.
Did he have anything on him?
He had a backpack on his back.
And who was there with you in addition to the defendant?
Now Special Agent Kyle Williams, he had him at gunpoint, proned out on the ground, and then myself and Detective Oscar Gomez responded to the scene.
What did you do once you responded to the scene?
Initially got there, my Detective Special Agent Williams had him at gunpoint, proned out, so I advised Detective Special Agent Williams that if he would maintain cover on Mr. Reinking, that I would go hands-on and cuff him and place him under arrest.
And were you able to cuff him?
I was.
What exactly did you do in terms of placing him in the handcuffs?
So basically just routine protocol, told him to look away from me, which he did. I approached him from the side and grabbed his right arm in a kneeling position on his side, brought it to his back, started to cuff that hand. About that time, Detective Gomez had found us in the woods, and he went around to the left-hand side, grabbed his left hand, and we placed him in the handcuffs together.
Did the defendant put up any resistance as you were placing his hand behind his back?
No.
And did he put up any resistance as you observed Detective Gomez put the defendant's the other hand behind his back?
No, sir.
Did any time that you interact with him, did he put up any resistance to you?
No, sir.
Was he at all times compliant?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that, I think you mentioned, did he have a backpack on him?
He sure did.
Okay. What happened with the backpack after you placed his hands in handcuffs behind his back?
We had to cut it off his person.
And what did you do with the backpack once you cut it off his person?
Opened it and looked inside for its contents.
And Your Honor, I'd ask that, Yes. It's kind of torn, yeah.
Yeah, it's already.
Detective, would you look at that bag, the paper bag,
Yes, sir.
and tell me if there is anything that shows that that's packages associated with this case?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it says Metropolitan Nashville Police Department. It has suspect Travis Reinking on there, and it has some control numbers, descriptions, dates.
Is there an incident number associated with it?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
2018-03-59285.
And does it have a description of what is contained in the paper bag?
It does. It says backpack, and then it lists all the other items: holster, multi-tool bag with 3 AA batteries, a pen, a mag light, sunscreen bottle, a Bible, and water bottles.
Okay, and are those some of the items that you found in the possession of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
I'd ask that be made the state's next exhibit.
Just for clarification,
Yes, Judge.
is it just the backpack, not the contents?
Well, Judge, actually, we can allow her to open it up just to be clear.
Because I didn't know they got ended up packed separately.
I'll ask her to open it so that we can see. Some of the contents are not contained therein, and I will admit those separately, but,
Okay, let me just clarify.
yes, Judge.
That's just another bag, basically the same outer bag, just, it looks like it got repackaged. Would you like me to pull it out of the brown paper bag?
Just for the record, we can know what all.
Okay. And Detective, would you show us where you had to cut the backpack?
You can see at the bottom. It's cut right here.
And so,
And then this one, it looks like we were able to unbind it, but this side is cut.
and what you just showed us, are those the straps to the backpack?
Yes.
I just want the record to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you describe for us what you're seeing inside of the backpack?
Sure. There's a Bible. There are several water bottles. There is a black pistol holster. It looks like a Black Hawk. A bottle of sunscreen. There's a Maglite flashlight. And also, when I opened it up that day, there were some silver bars in
Yes.
there. I don't see them in the backpack now, but those were.
Would you hold up set out at least 1 or 2 of those water bottles, please?
Sure. Running out of space.
Detective, the water bottle that just fell, is that full of water?
So 2 of them, those 2 are, and the one is empty.
Okay. And you said there was a gun holster inside of
Yes,
the
sir.
backpack? Can you pull that out so we can see it? Okay. Now, you just mentioned that there were some silver bars.
Yes, sir.
And were there any cartridges inside the backpack?
Yes, there were. There was some boxes of ammunition inside the bag, along with several silver bars. I'm not exactly sure the number of silver bars that were in the bag, but they were present.
Yes. Yes.
Let me put all this back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Would you pick up the larger of those two bags? Yes. And could you tell me if you're able to determine if that bag is associated with this case?
It is. It has the incident number on the top. It has the suspect information, and it has a description as 45 ACP cartridges.
Okay. And are those some of the items that you found inside of the backpack that is now Exhibit 21?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd ask that that be made the next exhibit and that the witness be allowed
Want me
to
to
open
open
it
it?
once it's, I guess, officially.
And yes, they were inside the backpack.
And what are those?
This is a box of 20 cartridges, Hornady brand, for the firearm.
What is the caliber? Does it say?
It says 45 auto on the box.
Okay. All right. And that item that you just grabbed, what are you able to determine from the packaging, if it is associated with this case?
Yes, sir. As with the other ones, it has the incident number, suspect information, and then it has a description on here. It says 11 10 troy ounce silver bars.
And did you find silver bars inside the backpack that is now in evidence that states as Exhibit 21 when you searched it when you looked in it on April 23rd?
Yes, the bars were inside the backpack.
Okay, and would you please open them up so we can see them? I'm sorry, I'd ask that that be made the next exhibit and permission for her to open them and display them. Okay, and just so we can get an understanding of the weight of
Yes,
that
sir.
package, because you kind of, not hard such that you might break the table, but just
Yes,
drop a little.
it's very heavy.
Thank you. That's all for that one. I have.
Louder than my dad.
Yeah. Make it out of silver, sir.
Detective, you were just past the box. When you looked inside of the backpack that you cut off of the defendant on April 23rd, 2018, did you find any firearm inside of it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what kind of firearm did you find?
It was a silver, initially all I saw was a silver firearm inside the bag. Being that I did not have gloves on it in the moment, I did not pull it out, but I was on scene when it was pulled from the bag by Detective Arnett, and it was a Kimber 45.
Okay. And the box that is in front of you, can you look at it and determine if that was associated with this case?
Yes, sir. It has the same incident number, suspect information, and then on the box it says a Kimber Pro carry with magazine.
Okay. And Detective, have you had any experience with making sure that a firearm has been made safe?
Yes.
And what are the steps that would be made in order to ensure that a firearm has been made safe?
So if there's a magazine in the firearm, we would release the magazine from the firearm, and then if to make sure there's not one in the chamber, we would slide the rail to the rear, and if there was a bullet in there, it would have been ejected. So that makes the firearm safe, meaning that it could not function because there is no ammunition inside the firearm.
Okay, and on that box, is there any indication whether or not that the contents of it have been made safe?
I would assume it is only because we do not turn items into property unless they are made safe. I could open it up and see, but I'm not sure on the outside of the box if it would say that.
Well, first, Your Honor, I'd ask that be made the state's next exhibit, and with the permission of the court, allow her to at least look before she does anything else to determine if the firearm is safe.
Pointed at it if you want.
Yes, sir. All the tape.
Now, Detective, have you had the opportunity to look at the firearm?
Yes.
Based on your observation, does that firearm appear to be safe?
Yes, we do that, and then we also, once it's made safe, the magazine is out of the firearm. The chamber is empty. There are zip ties that we run through the firearm just for extra protection, and those are on the firearm.
And would you just check one more time to make sure there's no round inside of the chamber?
Sure. Well, it's zip tied to the box, so you can see inside of the well, and there is nothing there.
Okay. I'd ask that Your Honor, if she can, now that she's testified that it has been made safe, that she be able to display the firearm just hold it up so that the jury can see.
Just hold it up in the box.
Yes, sir.
And Detective, you just picked something up and put it in your right hand. What is
Yes, this is the magazine for the firearm.
that? And is there anything, I can't see it.
There's nothing in it. If there were ammunition in it, you would see it here on the top.
Okay, understood.
All right.
Detective, were you able, or were you present when the defendant's identification was verified?
Yes.
And how was that done?
He had a wallet on this person, and inside that wallet was an identification card. It was a Colorado ID.
Okay. And did he have any,
Commercial.
were there any other contents of that wallet?
I did not, well, there was money in it that could be seen. However, I did not pull everything out of the wallet knowing the case as to what it was going to be. I didn't want to manipulate anything other than the things we needed just to ID Mr. Reinking.
Okay, so I'd ask that you pick up the item that appears to be consistent with the wallet. And then are you able to determine whether or not that was associated with this case?
May I open it?
Well, does it have any indication?
Oh,
of
yes,
the
I'm
package?
sorry. Yes, it has the incident number, suspect information, all the metro documentation, and inside it says leather wallet.
Okay. I ask that be made exhibit 25.
So much.
And now there's a clear package. You just testified that you observed that there was some money inside of his wallet. Was it, when you say money, do you mean cash money?
Yes, cash, paper, dollars.
Sure. And would you look at that package and tell me if that is associated with this case?
Yes, it has the case number, which is the incident number, the description of it, and the same markings as all the other evidence.
And what's the description?
It says 23, 20, and 4 $1 bills. Total money, $464.
All right, I ask that be made the next exhibit. Lastly, Detective Brown, you have one more item before you. Would you please look at that package and tell us if that has been associated with this case?
Yes, sir, it has same incident number, same suspect information, same documentation as all the other items.
Okay. Were you present for any portion of the search where a magazine or item of that effect was removed from the defendant's person.
Yes, all the items that were taken off his person were handed to me to hold on to until we were able to get to the backpack.
And so describe what those items that came from his person.
He had a multi-tool, a wallet, and a spare magazine.
Okay, do you recall where the spare magazine was?
It was in one of his front pockets. I'm not sure left or right, but it was in a front pants pocket.
Okay, all right. And what was the description on the package that you just discussed?
This says spare Kimber magazine.
Now, I'd ask that be made the next exhibit. Those are my questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
Officer Brian Kenny. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Officer Brian Penny,
And are you employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I am.
What is your current position?
As of right now, I work South A Community Engagement Team.
And can you explain what that means, community engagement team?
The Community Engagement Team, basically we take a small area in South Precinct and do intensive work with the community, try to, I believe you've heard of the free libraries, that type of thing. We do a lot of that type of thing and just assist wherever we can with the people in the community.
So is it fair to say that you have a lot of interaction with different people that either reside in South Precinct or are visiting South Precinct?
That would be correct.
And how long have you been at the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Just over 12 years now.
And what were your previous positions, if you've had any other than South Precinct?
Well, I've always worked in South Precinct. Before that, I worked patrol on C shift. I've worked A shift. I've also worked the burglary unit.
And working patrol, can you just briefly describe what that entails?
It can really just kind of day to day, it changes. You can do anything from going to domestic calls, where people have those type of issues, to anything where they have possible psychological issues, where we go out and people are suicidal, homicidal, something along that lines. We just ascertain from our conversations with them and then call a mobile crisis, and if need be, take them in and they can have those conversations with those professionals.
And prior to working at the Metro Nashville Police Department, what, if any, other positions have you had related to law enforcement?
Well, I worked at Rutherford County Sheriff's Department for a while. I also worked at DeBerry, the maximum security prison.
And is that a special needs facility?
It is.
And specifically, can you describe what type of special needs are housed there?
Well, the unit I worked on was 7D. That unit dealt with a lot of people with schizophrenia, and different bipolar, manic episodes, that type of thing. They just weren't allowed to be around other prisoners just because of the fact they would constantly have bad interactions.
And during that position that you had at DeBerry Special Needs Facility, as well as at the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, as well as at the Metro Nashville Police Department, have you received any training related to dealing with people that suffer from mental illnesses?
Yes, absolutely. When we went through training for the initial, our initial training with the police department, we had a extensive studies where we went and talked to mental health co-op, and they explained to us what we needed to look for, different things that we needed to be aware of, and basically when we were going to have to contact them to, get that type of assistance.
And what are those signs that you've been trained to look for?
A lot of times you'll have individuals that are very manic. That means they're very energetic. They have those types of issues where they're unable to sit still, unable to comply. A lot of them are very aggressive. They have a tendency of just doing things just outside of the norm.
And in your interactions and any of the positions that you've described, have you personally interacted with people that have suffered from mental illnesses?
Absolutely.
And how often would you say that you do that?
Probably once a week.
And that's over the course of how many years?
15, 16 years.
And specifically, have you interacted with people that have had a diagnosis of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And in your interactions with people with schizophrenia, is there anything specific that you have either been trained to look for or that you have experienced yourself?
So one of the ways it was described to us, they put headphones on our heads, and basically with those headphones on, you were there was a recording of a variety of different people. Some of them were yelling at you, some of them were talking, some of them were crying, and that type of thing. And then they would look at you and say, "Talk to me." And you would sit there and try to carry on a conversation with the person in front of you when you had those headphones on, where you heard people screaming and crying and that type of thing, and it showed how distracted they were. And it kind of makes sense from the standpoint of with that type of distraction, it's very difficult for them to, be able to comply or have any type of, I guess the best way to say it, be able to carry on a normal life.
And I want to kind of go to this specific incident from April 23rd of 2018. Can you describe how you became involved in the arrest and apprehension of Travis Reinking?
Okay. That morning, at about 6 o'clock, I believe it was, we were notified, and we began to scour the woods and look in the area, attempting to locate him. During the course of us looking for the individual, we were called and told to go to Sprucedale. So we got over to Sprucedale. The suspect was actually already in a vehicle. We were told to take him out of that vehicle, put him in Officer Feeney's car, and we took him and transported him to South Precinct.
So let me stop you there. So Sprucedale, that area, can you describe what that area is?
It's condominiums.
And so there was an area that was near the condominiums that you responded to, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the location where they had taken him out of the woods?
Yes.
And so you said he was in a vehicle. What type of vehicle was he in?
He was in an SUV. I believe it was a marked SUV.
And was that a law enforcement vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said that, I think you used the term, we arrived. Who were you with?
Myself, Officer Feeney, and Officer Corman.
And your job was, I guess, generally called to transport. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you first encountered Mr. Reinking, was he seated in the vehicle?
Yes.
And was the door open or closed? Or do you remember?
I don't remember.
So the first time that you see him, he's inside the vehicle. Can you describe his appearance and his demeanor?
His demeanor was calm. He was handcuffed. Wasn't any issues at that particular point. He was wearing a pair of blue jeans, Converse tennis shoes, and I can't remember what color shirt he had, but he was, at that particular point, we noticed he was kind of wet. But it had been raining for the last 2 days, so we were just, that was our initial contact with him.
And so from that point, you're taking him out of that vehicle and then moving him to a separate vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the second vehicle that he's moved to?
It was Officer Feeney's, his unmarked patrol car.
And can you describe the area of the patrol car that Mr. Reinking would have been placed in Officer Feeney's unmarked car?
It was in the back seat. We call it in the caged area.
And how large is that area?
Well, everybody complains it's not that big, but it's a plastic seated with a gate or with a cage in front of it, and it's just a normal back seat of a vehicle.
Can you describe kind of that interaction from taking Mr. Reinking from the first vehicle where you encounter him to taking him to Officer Feeney's vehicle?
Completely compliant. There was no issues. I would say a model, suspect. No issues with him at all.
And when you say that he complied, did you have to physically take him from one vehicle to the other, or were you giving directions?
Well, usually when we do that, we usually just hold the inside of the elbow, and that's just because you never know exactly what's going through anybody's mind. But and the fact that they're handcuffed behind the back, you just if they go fall or something along that lines, you don't want them to fall because they can't catch themselves. So we just assisted into the other vehicle. No problems whatsoever, nothing notable.
And what happened after Mr. Reinking was placed in that second vehicle, Officer Feeney's vehicle?
He was seatbelted in, and we transported him to South Precinct, and almost directly after that, we transported him to General Hospital.
And so when you transported him to South Precinct, was he actually taken out of the vehicle and taken into the South Precinct building?
Yes.
And again, can you describe that interaction?
He was just placed in a room. After at that particular point in time, I didn't have any interactions with him but.
And I'm really just talking about going from the car into the building. Can you describe how he was acting? Was he compliant?
Completely compliant, no issues from him whatsoever.
And is he being given directions of where to go? And
yes, I was giving him complex directions as far as when I patted him down again. We pat people down progressively just for our own protection. And I believe at that particular point, after I told him to put his hands behind his back, I put the handcuffs on him. I told him, I said, face away from me. I'm going to put shackles on your legs. Like I said, everything he did, there was no issue whatsoever with him.
which Officer Penny, you just said that you did a second search. When was the first search done?
When we initially put him in the vehicle.
Okay, is that Officer Feeney's vehicle?
That's correct. ma'am.
Sorry.
That's
So you take him from the first vehicle, put him in Officer Feeney's vehicle, and you do a pat down.
correct.
And were you giving him directions during that?
Yes,
And was he compliant with those?
completely compliant.
And so after you get him out of Officer Feeney's vehicle at South Precinct, you do a second search. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that the point that his legs are put in shackles?
Correct.
Okay. And so he's at South Precinct for some amount of time, and then you're given a direction to transport him to another location. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that second location?
That's Meharry Hospital, General Hospital.
And is there any pat down done before he's transported?
I'm not aware of that at
Okay.
that particular point.
And so he's given directions to get into the vehicle again. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And any issues with that?
None whatsoever.
And then once you arrive at the hospital, what directions are given to him or what is done with him from the time that he is removed from the vehicle?
Okay, so, when we pull up around the backside of it, usually where the ambulance is parked, he was, removed from the vehicle and told to step around the back of it, and we were going in the emergency doors. He stepped around, one of the nurses told us which room to put him in. The entire time, he stood beside us with no issue whatsoever, and then stepped inside the room and sat down on a gurney and stayed there until the medical staff did their evaluation.
And how long of a period of time were you with Mr. Reinking that day?
About 6 hours.
And that's the entirety of that 6 hours, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at the hospital, what is going on at the hospital? You just said that initially he sat on a gurney. Were you and Officer Corman and Officer Feeney, are you all with him during
Correct.
the entire
The
time?
entirety of it.
And is he still cuffed?
At that particular point, we did not have him cuffed, just simply because laying in that laid down position, being cuffed behind your back, it's extremely uncomfortable. He was being completely cooperative with us, so we took the handcuffs off of him and didn't handcuff him at that particular point.
And during this time, is he, not specifically you interacting with him, but are the healthcare people at the hospital, the nurses, whoever's seeing him, are they interacting with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you observing that interaction?
I am.
And is he able to communicate with them?
Yes,
And is he responsive to the questions that they're asking?
he was.
And can you describe what, if any, treatment he received at the hospital?
I believe they took his blood pressure, his temperature. At some point in time, I believe blood was drawn. I'm not sure about that, but I think there was blood drawn. They might have, we also had property and evidence, take his clothes because he was still in the clothes that he had walked out of the woods with. So all the clothes were taken. He was put in a paper, gown.
And is that something that he did himself, remove his clothing items, or did someone have to do that for him?
He did it himself.
And so was he given directions of what to do?
He was.
So item by item to
We
remove
started with the
it,
shirt and worked all the way down.
and then putting on the paper clothes, did he do that himself?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that also done after giving direction?
Correct.
And during that time, I mean, you've described it's multiple hours. Are you speaking with Mr. Reinking?
Excuse me. No, ma'am. We did not speak with him directly. We didn't want to have a conversation with him or anything. We didn't want to jeopardize any type of investigation.
And what, if anything, are you and Officer Corman and Officer Feeney doing? Are y'all
we're
quiet
having
the entire time?
Well, we were trying to figure out, just due to the nature of the call and the time period we were going to be there, we were having conversations trying to figure out, how we were going to work this. Officer Corman and Officer Feeney were riding in the same vehicle, so we were still trying to work out the logistics of getting from point A to point B. Mr. Reinking just sit there and watched us and sit there and listen to the conversation as we were there.
And how was he acting during that time?
When I was talking, he would sit there and look at me. When the other officer was talking, he was sitting there being cognizant and paying attention to each one of our, whatever we were talking about.
And what, if any, other medical treatment did he receive?
I believe they ended up having to draw urine from him to see if he was dehydrated.
And when you say draw urine, what do you mean by that?
They had to catheterize him.
And did they attempt to get a urine sample before doing a catheter?
Yes, ma'am. He said he couldn't pee.
And I guess someone had to have discussed that with him. Is that
That's
correct?
One of the nurses told him exactly what the procedure involved and the procedure was done.
And were you present for that?
I was.
And were there any issues with inserting the catheter?
No, ma'am, none whatsoever.
And was he compliant with all of the treatment that he received at the hospital?
He was. They gave him several different, I believe they gave him orange juice and water, just trying to get him hydrated, so he could urinate. And like I said, each time they gave him orange juice or whatever, he took it and drank it. So, I mean, there was no issues from it whatsoever.
If I can have just one moment. Thank you, Officer Finney. I don't have any other questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So it sounds like you're saying you were around Mr. Reinking that afternoon, or that day rather, for about a 6-hour period,
Approximately.
and that's during transports in the car, right? And then at South Precinct,
Yes, sir.
and at South Precinct, were you with him continuously throughout that period, like in the same room, or?
At one particular point in time, I wasn't, but he was placed in a room, and like I said, when he was placed in that room, I went to go get I believe I went to go get a drink or something. I've been in the woods all day, so.
Sure. And during that period of time, did you ever go in that room with him, or did he stay inside a different room and you were outside the room for a period of time?
I was outside the room for a period of time.
So during this 6-hour window, there are points in time for which you're not directly with Mr. Reinking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Like, for instance, in South Precinct, how long was he inside that room?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. At other times throughout that 6-hour time period you were talking about, are there other incidences where you would have not been in direct proximity to Mr. Reinking?
Other than going to tell the nurse that he couldn't urinate, no, I was with him the entire time.
Okay.
And he was in the back of one vehicle and I was in another vehicle.
All right, so during the drive, you weren't in the car with him.
Correct. During the drive, I was not in the vehicle.
I think, and that's right, you said here you're in the, I think you call it the tail vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during your time period with Mr. Reinking, as it relates, I think you've already been talked about the other officers that were around. Mr. Reinking never said a word, is that correct?
That's correct.
6 hours, never said a word.
Other than I can't pee, and, I believe that was it.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I mean, redirect to.
No redirect.
All right, thank you, officer.
Officer Ricky Corman.
You solemnly swear that I'm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Officer Corman, could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Ricky Corman.
And could you spell your first and last name?
Yes, the first name is Ricky, Rickie. My last name is Corman, Corman.
And are you employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's your position?
Police officer,
How long have you been with the police department?
7 years.
And where are you assigned currently?
I'm currently assigned to South Precinct.
How long have you been at South Precinct?
The duration of my career is 7 years.
And as a police officer with the Metro Nashville Police Department, have you received any training in dealing with people that suffer from mental illnesses?
Yes, ma'am, we have. During the training academy, we have training the mental health co-op comes out and trains us, and then we have usually an annual training each year to like a refresher course.
And during your experiences with just everyday kind of interactions with people as a police officer, have you interacted with people who suffer from mental illness?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often would you say that that happens during a regular work week?
At least once a week.
And specifically, have you interacted with people that suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often would you say that has happened?
Probably not as common as once a week, but on at least a monthly basis.
And your training as well as your own experiences, what if any signs would you look for when determining if someone is suffering from a mental illness?
Usually, if they're not verbal and telling us that they're in a crisis, that you can usually tell by their actions. They're usually pretty hyper. They have a hard time focusing. A lot of times they'll be combative with you.
And drawing your attention specifically to that April 23rd of 2018, did you assist in the arrest and transport of Travis Reinking?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what, if anything, you did related to that?
On that day of April 23rd, myself and Officer Feeney and Officer Penny, we were South Flex team. We were in the area and we were searching the woods, just canvassing the area. A call went out that the suspect had possibly been spotted. We received direction from our lieutenant to proceed to that location on Sprucedale Drive to take custody of the suspect and transport him to South Precinct as soon as possible.
And were you in the vehicle that Mr. Reinking was actually transported in from that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Feeney's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe your interaction, if any, with Mr. Reinking from taking him from the vehicle that he was in when you arrived to Officer Feeney's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. When we arrived on Sprucedale, I was directed to the unmarked SUV that Mr. Reinking was sitting in, at which time I approached the vehicle, identified myself, told him I was going to be transferring him to another vehicle, asked him to step out of the vehicle, at which time he proceeded, complied, stepped out. I took him by the elbow and escorted him to the other vehicle, Officer Feeney's vehicle.
And so you are actually the officer that took him by the elbow, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he compliant with all of those directions?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were touching his elbow, is that kind of a light touch or a hard grasp, or what was needed?
Given his size in comparison to me, at first I thought it was going to be a very strong grab, but he was so compliant and I just had to loosely guide him.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
And I guess kind of comparatively to Mr. Reinking, do you know exactly how tall he is, or can you describe the difference in height?
It was significant to me. He felt almost a whole body height, half a body taller than me.
But you said that you were able to just lightly grasp his elbow, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Mhm.
And once he got in the vehicle, can you kind of describe that process of putting someone of his height and stature in the back of a police vehicle?
Yes, so he was handcuffed behind his back. So usually what we tell them is to back up to the door, put their bottom in first, and then duck their head to slide in. And someone that tall, we would tell to slide all the way across the seat of the car. So he was placed in the rear back behind the passenger seat.
And was he able to comply with all of those specific instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
And during, I guess from that point, where did you transport Mr. Reinking?
We were directed to take him to South Precinct.
And during that transport ride, can you describe what, if anything, he did?
He just sat in the back. We didn't interact with him. We didn't ask questions. We weren't really, myself and Officer Feeney weren't really conversing amongst ourselves. We were just focused on getting him to the precinct. By that time, we knew media had already gotten word of it, and so we used a caravan to transport him to South.
And can you describe what you mean by media? What, if anything else, is going on in that area from where you're transporting him from Sprucedale to South Precinct?
So where Sprucedale is, it's relatively close in proximity to where the command was set up, which was on Murfreesboro Pike at the Publix, which was directly across the street from the Waffle House.
And I guess how many people were in that area?
Of Sprucedale? There was a significant amount. There were a lot of plainclothes officers. Of course, we didn't recognize them, so we were being directed who to go to and whatnot. At that time, people were starting to exit the townhomes and take photographs and video.
And is all of these people coming out and taking pictures and video, is that in the area where Mr. Reinking would be able to observe that as well?
Possibly, if he was looking for it, yes.
And so once you go from the area of Sprucedale to the precinct, what's going on during that ride? Are there cars or anything?
At that point, we had a lead car, myself and Officer Feeney's car, and then we had two, I believe, that were trying to ride on our sides as a flank to keep media off of us. The real media didn't show up and start swarming the vehicle until we left South Precinct.
And can you describe that? When you left South Precinct, was it different than when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am. The media was all along the exterior fence. We tried to get him into the car as quickly as possible to protect him, at which time when we exit South Precinct, we have a gate. So we had to wait for the gate to open. As the gate opened, the media, we couldn't pull out because the media was swarming the car.
Can you estimate approximately how many persons you're referring to when you're describing the media?
20 to 30.
And during that time, how is Mr. Reinking acting?
He's just sitting in the back seat.
Any change in his behavior?
No.
And how would you describe his behavior and his demeanor?
He was calm. I mean, he was complying with everything we said. If anything, he just leaned up against the back of the seat and not as close up to what we call the cage, where you can see and interact with the officers.
And during your 7 years as a police officer, have you ever transported someone under those circumstances?
Under the high profile circumstances with the media? No, this was the first time I've ever had media chasing us.
And how did it make you feel?
It was a little unnerving, especially when we were transporting to the hospital. We actually had people speeding up alongside us, cell phones out the window, people taking video, trying to snap pictures. So we were all in unmarked vehicles. So the other officers and the other two unmarked were trying to keep those cars at bay from us.
And during that portion of the transport, any change in Mr. Reinking's behavior?
No, ma'am.
And so once you get to the hospital, can you describe that interaction with him? Were you present while he was at the hospital receiving treatment?
Yes, ma'am. So myself and Officer Feeney arrived. We pulled into where normally the ambulances would park. I think at that point we backed into the parking space, which time I exit the passenger side, open the door. I direct Mr. Reinking how to exit the vehicle, since he is so tall, to slide over to my side, put his legs out, protect his head so he can duck and get out of the vehicle, at which time we entered through the ER door.
And was he compliant with all of those directions?
Yes, ma'am.
And while at the hospital, can you describe what, if any, treatment he received?
So when we were at the hospital, the nurses came in, immediately started doing the initial triage. And I think that's just, temperature, blood pressure check and everything like that. I think they started the process of trying to retrieve urine from him. But at that time, he couldn't use the restroom. So I think they subsequently ended up having to cath him. I remained in the room, but at that time, since my male partners were in there, I turned my head to give him some privacy of that.
And did he have any injuries that were treated at the hospital?
The main thing I recall is he had a laceration on one of his toes. he had on canvas Converse tennis shoes, but I can't recall exactly which foot it was.
And was that injury, was that something that occurred during transport, or was that present from the time that you encountered him?
That was present from the time I retrieved him out of the SUV.
And can you describe Mr. Reinking's interaction with the medical staff during that treatment? Were there any issues?
There were no issues. He listened. He complied to everything that they said. I think when they would give him water or something, I mean, he would drink the water. But yeah, he was completely compliant to everything that they asked of him.
And do you recall if Mr. Reinking said anything or spoke to anyone other than being responsive to the nurse's questions?
No, myself and the officers, we were trying to not engage in conversation with him. So this was approaching towards probably the end of our shift. We were with him for quite some time. So I think we were just interacting, trying to figure out, because we knew we were going to be passed to let our families know what was going on and so forth. And he would kind of follow us, whoever was talking. But the only comment that he made that was out of the ordinary to me was he asked, why did they ask if I had tattoos?
And when you say, he said, why did they ask if I had tattoos?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those his exact words, or did he give context to that question?
I want to say, and I don't recall 100%, but I thought he was referring to the media. Why did the media say I had tattoos? And we couldn't figure out where that came from because we had never received any type of instructions or description of him having tattoos.
And when he's at the hospital, is there a TV on with media reports while
No.
he's being treated, or
No.
is he kept isolated from
He was
anything like
isolated.
that? If I can have just one moment. Thank you, Officer Corman. I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Charles?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next one.
Today's next witness is Officer Colin Feeney. Could you please state your name for the record?
Sergeant Colin Feeney.
And I'm sorry, I said officer earlier, and that was a
That's
mistake. Sergeant Feeney, could you please spell your first and last name?
First name is Colin, last name is Feemey.
And were you involved in the transport of Travis Reinking on April 23rd of 2018?
I was.
And were you with Officers Corman and Officers Penny?
I was. Officer Foreman was riding with me that day.
And can you describe that transport?
Well, it's not something that happens very often. This is the first of its kind in my career in the department. We were notified that they captured the subject on Sprucedale. We made our way over to the location. He was, I believe it was, one of the specialized investigations units, maybe a gang unit, had captured him in the wood line. They requested us, at the time I was assigned to the South A-Flex burglary unit. We had unmarked cars that were available for transport because we were running a two-person car. We were deemed the transport car.
And can you describe what you mean by running a two-person car?
There was two officers riding in the car. We didn't have enough vehicles, so we had two people riding in one car.
And who was with you in that vehicle?
Officer Ricky Gorman.
And you said that it was an unmarked vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I know you said that this was the first time that it had happened in your career. How long have you been with the police department?
11 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
A year today.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
South A detail on the flexi mission.
And was that for the entire 11 years before?
No, I worked South C detail on patrol, South C detail on flex, South A detail on flex, which was tasked as a burglary unit at the time of this incident. It was still a residential burglary unit.
And in your job as a police officer with Metro National Police Department, did you receive any training on dealing with persons that suffer from mental illnesses?
We do in our basic recruit class, the Metro Police Academy. We call it Mobile Crisis. This is the mental health co-op. Comes out and puts on an instruction block. Ways to identify individuals that are going through mental crisis that may have some sort of diagnosed or undiagnosed mental illness. One of the exercises, they bring a headset out that has recordings on it, some positive, some negative voices, but it's multiple voices at the same time. They put it on you listen to it, they try to have a conversation with you. And the purpose of the exercise is to demonstrate that if someone is in some sort of psychosis, such as schizophrenia, that if they're hearing all these voices, it's very hard for them to have a controlled, focused thought, and if you're asking them questions, they may not be answering you, they may be answering the other voices they're hearing. So the purpose of that is to help us identify if someone is having those issues.
And you said that some of the voices are positive, right?
That is correct.
Because the training is telling me that it's not always negative, is that right?
That is correct.
And during your 12 years, have you encountered people that suffer from mental illnesses?
I have.
And have you specifically encountered people that suffer from schizophrenia?
I have multiple times.
And what are some of the signs that you've been trained to look for and or that your experience has shown you?
Both through training and experience, what I've come to recognize, they will have divided attention. It'll be hard for them to have a controlled thought, a focused thought, to be able to carry on a conversation. They may start a sentence, interrupt it, talking to someone else, looking away with their body language, facing their body in a different direction away from you. You may have to ask the same question multiple times to get an answer. As simple as a yes or no answer can sometimes be very difficult. You'd have to ask that multiple times.
And what about following directions?
Typically, it's a long process to get someone to follow directions, especially if they're in a state of psychosis, because they have multiple thoughts, multiple trains of thought going on at the same time. Recently, I had a call with an individual who is schizophrenic and hadn't been on his medication for months. He actually called for help. We got out there and he was yelling at someone who wasn't there that not to burn down his house, and then he was yelling at someone else not to kill his mother, and then he was yelling at them if they killed his mother, he would kill them. And it took us about 30 minutes to get him calm enough so we could go with the correct action of getting mental health involved with the mobile crisis and transporting him out there.
Okay. And you've described kind of that initial response of going to Sprucedale. During that transport from Sprucedale to South Precinct, can you describe your interaction with Mr. Reinking?
Yes, when I arrived at the scene, Officer Corman she was riding on the front passenger seat. I was driving. I had to move some equipment out of the back seat so we would have adequate room. So I removed my equipment, moved in another vehicle. Officer Corman went to where SID had Mr. Reinking in custody and walked him back to the vehicle. Anytime before someone gets in a police car, it's a good practice, and it's highly encouraged that you would search anyone that is transferred custody to you. So you would do a cursory search of them again, make sure there's nothing, no weapons, nothing that was missed by someone else, just for officer safety.
Not saying that anybody would miss anything, but just in case.
Absolutely. So he came back to the car. Officer Corman and I did a quick pat down, search of him, make sure he didn't have anything on him. Asked him to sit in the car. He sat in the car. He's a tall individual. The vehicle I was driving was a 2011 Impala with a partition in the back. There's not a whole lot of leg room in there. So some people have a lot of difficulty getting in and out.
Would you say it's a fairly cramped space for someone his size?
Yes, absolutely.
And did he have any difficulty or react in any way when the pat down was done?
He was very compliant. He didn't move. He didn't resist. He didn't pull away. He stood there. He followed all directions that we gave him. We got him in the back of the car. At one point, we were called to get a pic before we left the scene to have a picture taken, sent to the public information officer so they could make that readily available for the media. So we stopped, opened the door, we were able to get a picture. We asked him to look in our direction. He did so.
So you actually stopped the vehicle, someone got out of the vehicle.
Yes, Officer Corman and I both got out of the vehicle, opened the back door, had him look at us so we could take a picture.
And was that picture taken with a camera or?
This is taken with a phone.
The new camera, which is the cell phone.
That is correct.
And you said that he was actually given a direction to look towards the camera and he complied with that and a photograph was taken.
That is correct.
And did he say anything or do anything at that time?
He did not.
And so then you get back in the car and what happens next?
We ran a convoy to South Precinct. We were instructed to take him to South Precinct. So we ran a convoy to South Precinct, being in a neighborhood where he was captured. Everyone's on Facebook Live, words getting out, there's cars coming in. We wanted to get him away from the scene, get him to a secure facility where we could determine the next step on what we were gonna do.
And were there any issues getting him from the car into the building of South Precinct?
Not at all. I pulled my car up close to the back door of the precinct, asked him to step out of the car. He willingly got out. He walked inside with us. We didn't have to carry him. We didn't have to give him much of a direction other than point an arm. We're going this way. We're going to go to this door. We're going to walk in here. We're going to get in this room, have a seat in this chair. I think Officer Penny went and got a bottle of water for him because he said he was thirsty. So we got him a bottle of water. We weren't at South Precinct very long. We were instructed. We were there maybe 5-10 minutes before we were instructed that we need to take him to Metro General Hospital, Meharry Hospital. We had a representative from the Sheriff's Department that we work closely with. They called ahead to General and put him on lockdown so there wouldn't be any ambulances showing up. We got back in and then we left precinct. We got in the vehicle.
And so all of this kind of coordination that's happening between the sheriffs and the hospital and the police department, are there communications where it's not people talking to Mr. Reinking, but people talking around him about
Yes.
what's happening next?
Yes,
And it's within earshot of him, is that correct?
absolutely. I mean, this is a big case. There was, precinct commanders there, lieutenants, captains. There's, every person that you could imagine that wants to make sure it's going as smoothly as possible, that we don't run into any issues.
And maybe tensions might be a little high, is that correct?
That's an important case. We want to make sure we're handling everything correctly.
Did Mr. Reinking have any reaction to kind of all of those conversations going
No,
around him?
that time he didn't really speak. He was very attentive to everything that was going on. He looked around, made eye contact. When someone was speaking, he would look in their direction.
So as you are speaking with other people, he is looking at you when you're speaking and looking at the other person,
Certainly,
kind of as if he's following the conversation.
yes.
And can you describe that experience of leaving South Precinct and going to the hospital?
After we were told to take him to the hospital, we had been in a room in South Precinct that's maybe the size of the judge's bench, a little bit bigger. I said, hey, we're going to get back in the car. We're going to go to the hospital. He had an injury to his foot, and being outside for several days, it was going to require medical clearance before booking would take him, it's a common practice. If anyone has any medical issues, that has to be addressed before they go into booking. We asked him, we went back out to the car, directed him to the car, went to the car with that issue. Didn't have to force him, didn't have to use any force whatsoever. Maybe lightly holding his arm to make sure he was going the right direction. As we were pulling out of the secured gate, there was a large media presence. We were trying to run a convoy to, being the high profile case that it was. One of the issues we ran into, as soon as the secured gate opened, we were swamped by cameras. They got in between myself, the car in front of me, and the car behind me. We had to use lights and sirens to get going, to get around them. Ran lights and sirens all the way to the hospital. Had people pulling up next to us on the interstate, taking pictures as we're driving down the interstate. Made all the way to General Hospital. Media was there waiting on us. Hospital was locked down. Sheriff's Department met us outside, and we walked in the hospital, or directed him into the hospital. Nurses had a room ready for him, and brought him in.
And can you describe Mr. Reinking's demeanor during all of that you've described, of being swarmed by media and having cars pulling up and his picture being constantly taken?
He never said a word. I was focusing on driving, so I wasn't, turning around looking at him, but most I could tell, he was just soaking it in. So.
And once you arrived at the hospital, can you describe what, if anything, occurred?
We went into can't recall the room number. You go in the emergency room bay, and it's the first, you make almost a complete U-turn. You go into that triage room they have there. We got him up on a gurney, had a pair of leg irons or shackles, whatever you want to call them. They're long handcuffs with a long chain. Put him on his ankles, that way he's not a flight risk. And hospital's locked down. We've got multiple officers in there. We got sheriffs in there helping us out. To help the medical staff, they request we take the handcuffs off. So we allowed him to not have handcuffs on, but we left the shackles on so he wouldn't be able to run. ID showed up, or Technical Investigation Services. His old name was ID, we still call him that. They arrived, removed his clothes. He had, I believe, a maroon shirt, jeans. He was soaking wet, and I don't know if they were Chuck Taylor's All-Stars, but he had canvas shoes on, and one of his toes or his foot had a pretty severe laceration that the medical staff advised they were gonna have to stitch up. I noticed as they took the clothes off of him that he had a burn mark that is consistent with a .223 or .556 cartridge casing on the top of his foot. Familiar with that burn mark because in our training, I've been burned by brass before, and it's identical to the size of it.
And you said that he had an injury to his foot that had to be stitched up.
That is correct.
Were you present when he received those stitches?
I was in the room almost the entire time we were at the hospital. I was in the room with him.
And did they give him any type of, I guess,
A local anesthetic?
And was that done by a needle?
Yes.
So he actually got a shot?
Sure. I don't know if it's like actual shot. It's, numbing agent to put stitches in.
Okay. But they used a syringe and a needle
Yes.
to inject him with something?
Yes.
Did he have any reaction whatsoever to having that done?
I mean, kind of like anyone that you get a little shot and kind of, oh, hey, I got a little shot. Nothing more than that.
But is he saying anything in protest, reacting in any way?
No, they asked him, some basic questions like, medical history, had any surgeries. I think he said a hand or wrist injury that he broke on a dirt bike accident or motorcycle accident. He was very forthcoming with them, answered all their questions without hesitation.
So they're asking him not just, put your hand up, Mr. Reinking, move your leg. They're actually asking him like the
Right.
normal, you go to the hospital
Mhm.
and they've got that list of questions on the computer that they have to ask you before they can go to the next step. And he's able to answer those questions.
Yes.
And you just gave an example of, they asked him about prior injuries and he gave a complete answer of a very specific instance. Is
That is
that right? Could you describe his interaction with the nurses? Was there anything abnormal about it?
He was very polite. He, nothing out of the ordinary. He was, they asked him a question, he answered it. And, it's very cordial to him. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Same with us. He's like, yes, sir, no, sir.
Did he seem in distress in any way?
Not at all.
And while you're at the hospital, what, if any, other procedures are done on Mr. Reinking?
So before they can be released from the hospital, they do, I'm not a medical professional, some sort of blood panel. And part of that is they have to get a urine sample. They gave him an IV. They gave him multiple bags of saline. They said he was pretty dehydrated. We given him a bottle of water earlier. He had another bottle of water. I think they gave him some orange juice or some sort of juice, just, I guess his blood sugar or something.
So
you know,
they-
whatever they did.
Insert an IV and he has
Mhm.
multiple bags of IV fluids and any abnormal interaction to any of that?
Not at all. You know, like I said, he had to produce urine before he could leave. We tried a few times.
Can you describe that process of what you mean by tried a few times?
So after ID collected his clothes for the investigation portion of it, they were issued it's just a generic kind of a paper gown, like scrubs sort of thing, but not cloth, just disposable gown. He was wearing that. To produce urine, we were going to have him try to urinate in a collection device. We sat there, tried to get him to go, couldn't go. A few minutes went by.
I
We
guess,
tried
what do you mean by try to get him to go?
to get him to urinate on his own.
Okay.
I think the second time we tried, I've got little boys. Well, they're not little anymore, but I've got two boys. One of the things we did to help them was turn the faucet on, get some running water, try to, get the mind to think that it has to go. I turned it on. I said, hey, it works for my kids. Let's see if that'll help. And he chuckled. And he's like, well, we can try. That ended up being unsuccessful. After a while, we can't sit there all day waiting for it. So we advised the nurses that I think that was the only time I stepped out of the room, is to advise the nurses he was unable to urinate. So they retrieved a Foley catheter and inserted it into his urethra and collected the urine that way.
And was he compliant with that entire process?
He was very compliant. He winced a little bit with the catheter going in, as would be expected.
As would be expected.
But yeah, he was compliant. He understood everything that was happening. They explained everything to him, and he understood what was going on.
And did Mr. Reinking say anything to you or the other officers while y'all were there at the hospital?
We weren't really having a conversation with him. It's our role in the investigation is not really to talk to him. We were kind of talking amongst ourselves. But at one point during our stay at the hospital, he asked us why the news said he had a tattoo on his arm when he got out of his truck. And up until the point that we had taken him into custody, I don't believe his name had been released to the media. So I don't know where he would have gotten that information.
And were you allowing any media news reports, I
No.
guess, to be heard by him?
Not at all.
And you've described your training and experience with people that suffer from mental illness. Did you have any concerns based off of your interaction with Mr. Reinking that day?
Not at all.
I can have just a moment. Sergeant, I have a disc that I would
Yes.
ask be handed to you. Do you recognize that disc?
It's my initials and the date that I put on here today.
And can you describe what is located on that disc?
It was, the local media had taken footage there's a parking lot outside the secured back lot of South Precinct, and the media had taken video footage of Mr. Reinking being escorted out of my vehicle by myself and Officer Corman into South Precinct and back to the vehicle.
And so this is not the media swarm that happens when you leave, but there
They're
was
outside.
still somehow media that
They're all lined down the fence, so
that
couldn't tell you
captured the
which-
arrival.
I couldn't tell you which news agency it was, but
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that disc be entered as the next numbered exhibit, and I have it available digitally to publish to the jury. Sergeant Feeney, if you can describe what is being seen here in this first image.
that is my back. I was wearing a ball cap at the time. Officer Corman is directly to my right, and Mr. Reinking is being escorted out of the back seat. We asked him to get out of the back seat. We didn't have to pull him out. He's a tall individual, so we just made sure he wasn't going to fall out of the car and get injured. At this point, we're escorting him into the building. And that's us escorting him back out to the vehicle. And he's sitting in the vehicle, just as we asked.
And anything unusual at all about your interaction with Mr. Reinking?
Not at all.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Carl?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
This gentleman over is appreciating the 1-star review of the vaccine.
I think that's what it's about making it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
Judge, the next piece of evidence is going to be a stipulation between the prosecution and the defense with regards to the testimony of Officer Mark Rosenfeld.
All right.
With your permission, Judge, I'll read the stipulation.
That'll be fine.
State of Tennessee versus Travis Reinking. The parties have agreed to the following stipulation. Mark Rosenfeld is an officer with the Metro Nashville Police Department. At the time of this incident, he was a member of the Crime Scene Investigation Division. As part of his duties, he collected DNA swabs on the following items. Number 1, 6 DNA swabs from the Kimber handgun. Number 2, 4 DNA swabs from the rifle magazines. 3, 22 DNA swabs from the Bushmaster rifle. The DNA swabs were packaged and submitted to the Metropolitan Police Department Crime Lab for analysis. The DNA swabs are to be admitted as the next 3 numbered exhibits in the order listed above. So, Judge, the 6 DNA swabs would be Exhibit 29, the 4 DNA swabs from the rifle magazines.
Stipulation would be 29.
Well, we can do that. The stipulation will be 29 then, and then number 30 would be the swabs from the Kimber handgun. Number 31 would be the swabs from the rifle magazines. And then number 32 would be the swabs from the Bushmaster rifle. I'll tender all those to the court.
Members of the jury, you've heard the stipulation read that, as noted on the stipulation agreement to the parties, that what is contained in the stipulation is true. Like any evidence, and this will be in the jury charge, it'll be added to the jury charge when I charge it at the end of the trial. Like any evidence, you will weigh that evidence and give it what weight and credibility you wish to give it. But I'll explain all that to you, but it just, makes things a little bit quicker. You don't have to call the officer in and so on and so forth. All right. Next.
Detective Claire.
Solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Philip Clare, it's Phillip Klarer.
By whom are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
What are your current duties with the police department?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit.
In April of 2018, where were you assigned?
At that time, I was at the South Precinct Investigations with the same duties, working homicides.
Has the homicide unit now been centralized?
It has.
Okay. And so basically doing the same thing, but just in a different framework.
That's correct.
In April of 2018, particularly April the 22nd of 2018, Did you become involved in an investigation concerning an incident that had occurred at the Waffle House
I
on
did,
Murfreesboro Road?
I was.
When were you first advised of the incident?
The early morning hours, I was notified by my sergeant to respond to that scene.
Do you recall approximately when? Was it before daylight, after?
It was before daylight.
Did you respond?
I did.
And was that location, that Waffle House, pardon me, in your precinct that you were working at the time?
It was, yes, it was within the South Precinct on Murfreesboro Road.
And the reason I say that is, were you familiar with it
I
at
was.
that particular Waffle House?
Actually, that was a new location. I didn't realize that there was a Waffle House there until I got there for the first time.
I was gonna say, had you ever been there before?
I've never
this
been there
particular
before.
call?
No.
And so, not gonna go into a whole lot of great detail about your involvement, but when you arrived, were there other officers already there?
There were.
And sort of briefly set the stage of when you arrived, what did you do?
When I arrived, I was briefed by my supervisor, my sergeant. Several patrol officers were already on the scene. They had established a perimeter around the Waffle House. My sergeant had told us what we had going on there. He then directed myself and another detective to go speak with a witness.
Okay, and who was your sergeant at that time?
Trip Sowell,
All right, and was there also a Sergeant Polk there?
he was.
And as time went on, were lieutenants, captains, and above showing up?
Yes, they were.
So with your duties, and briefly go into this, of interviewing witnesses, did you leave the location to go speak to witnesses at the hospital?
We did.
When you say we, who?
Myself and Detective Summerall.
Okay. Since we expect Detective Summerall to testify, may not sort of have the jury have to hear it twice, so, but did you and he go to the hospital, Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes, we did.
And who did you speak to there?
We first spoke with James Shaw.
Okay. And was, pardon me, anyone else at Vanderbilt Hospital that you were able to speak to that early morning?
No, not at that time.
After speaking with Mr. Shaw, did you leave the hospital and go on about other duties?
Correct. We went back to the scene after that.
And so about what time frame were we talking about now when you were back at the scene?
That's after daylight, so I would say between around 6 or 7 in the morning at that time.
And again, if at some time Detective Summerall and you split up, let me know, but when you say we, is it still you and Detective Summerall?
Yeah, me and Detective Summerall.
Okay, so how long were you at the Waffle House?
We stayed there for a majority of the morning as we were processing this, or our ID units were processing the scene and trying to gather further evidence from the scene.
And did you go to any other location after the processing of the scene?
Not that morning.
Now, on the next day, and the days thereafter, did you continue to be involved in this investigation?
I was.
It was one of your duties or responsibilities to obtain DNA swabs.
They were.
Okay, and you referenced Mr. James Shaw and interviewing him that first time, the morning of April the 22nd. Did you obtain a DNA swab from him at that time?
Yes, we had called Mr. Shaw to South Precinct, sort of to do a formal interview with him, and we did collect a DNA sample from him at South Precinct.
Okay. Voluntarily,
Correct.
on Mr. Shaw's part. All right, ask if I could have a document, item pass that. Detective Clary, you're being handed an item. I'd ask if you could look at the packaging and the information on it and see if you recognize that as being a DNA swab.
It is. I collected the DNA, packaged it and sealed it and initialed with the date and my initials on it.
All right, I guess that'd be the next numbered exhibit. Did you also collect a DNA sample from a person who became known to you as Travis Reinking?
I did.
And is that individual here in the court today? And if so, could you identify him by what he's wearing?
He's seated with defense counsel wearing a blue button-up shirt.
Does the record reflect that he has indicated Mr. Reinking? Do you recall when you obtained the DNA sample from Mr. Reinking?
I think it was the day after we got the one from Mr. Shaw. I think it was the 24th. He was incarcerated and we went to the jail to obtain that DNA sample.
All right, and was that done pursuant to a search warrant issued by a judge of record here in this county?
It was.
All right, let me pass that. Say a judge of record, a judge in this county.
Correct.
Okay, you're being handed another item. And does that appear, once you've had a chance to look at it, to be the DNA swab obtained from Mr. Reinking pursuant to the search warrant?
It is. I packaged this, again sealed it with the date and my initials on it.
All right, that'd be the next numbered exhibit. Had you obtained DNA swabs from individuals in the past?
I have.
Is there a pretty common process of obtaining those?
Yes, I think every detective will have their own way, but yes.
Okay. So, when I ask you about obtaining the swabs from Mr. Reinking,
Okay.
you said he was in the jail, basically.
Correct.
For a better term, they all have different names now, but tell us about that. Did you go into where he was housed? Was he brought out?
Yes, we went to the Davis County Sheriff's Office. We were taken back to not necessarily the cell he was housed in, but what I would call like a supervisory area. And he was brought to us by sheriff's deputies.
Mm-hmm. When he was brought there and you saw him, what was his appearance or demeanor?
He was very calm, just as though you would have seen anybody else. There was nothing. He didn't appear to be upset. He was very calm and cooperative.
And would this have been on the 24th of April?
It was.
You recall approximately what time?
I want to say it was just afternoon, maybe 1 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Explain the process that you use when advising someone that you're going to take their DNA swab.
I just tell them exactly what I want to do, that it's a very non-intrusive collection, just to open their mouth. I'm going to take some swabs, such as like it's just a elongated Q-tip, and I'm just going to rub it on the inside of their cheeks. And I informed him that I had a search warrant to do so.
And did you explain that to Mr. Reinking in those?
I did.
Did he make any comment?
He was very, like I said, he was very cooperative. He said, okay. I unpackaged the swabs. He opened his mouth and I swabbed, and that was it. I gave him a copy of the search warrant. He was very cooperative.
It sounds like a procedure that would not have taken very long.
Not long at all, sir.
Those are the only questions I have about this part of the process.
Good afternoon, Detective Clare. So, the morning you got called in, I guess April 22nd, 2018, you said you went to the hospital and spoke with Mr. James Shaw Jr., is that correct? And you took a statement from him at that time.
I did.
That one was not video or audio recorded.
Correct.
But you did a report of the
Yes.
substance of that statement, correct?
Correct.
And during that interview, you asked him what happened,
Right.
and he gave you his version of what happened, correct?
Correct.
And you asked him to tell you everything he knew at the time.
Yes.
Absolutely. So then you went back on April 25th, 2018, 2018, and you spoke with James Shaw Jr. again, same time you got his DNA.
Correct.
Right? That one was video and audio recorded, correct?
Yes.
And just like before, you asked Mr. James Shaw Jr. to fully explain and tell you everything that had happened at the Waffle House on the 22nd, correct?
Correct.
And just like you had asked him previously at the hospital, that included anything that Mr. Reinking may have said during the interaction.
Correct.
And isn't it true that, as you stated here, that the statement Mr. James Shaw Jr. gave you on the 25th matched his statement that he gave you on the 22nd?
Correct. As far as I recall, yes.
And specifically on the 25th, you recall you asked him multiple times, what did Mr. Reinking say during your interactions with him at the Waffle House?
Yes.
You asked him, what did he say, both inside the Waffle House that you heard and outside the Waffle House that you heard, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it in fact true that during that interview, that on 2 different occasions that Mr. James Shaw Jr. told you that it wasn't anything racial?
I don't remember him saying anything about it being racial.
Right. So if you had the opportunity to review the audio statement, you think that would refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember him saying anything that Mr. Reinking said anything about anything being racial.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
But specifically, do you recall Mr. James Shaw Jr. telling you that Mr. Reinking didn't say anything racial?
That I said he didn't say anything racial?
Do you recall James Shaw Jr. telling you during the interview that Mr. Reinking did not say anything racial?
I don't recall. I don't recall if he said those exact words, but I don't remember him. I thought you were saying, did he say he said something racial? I don't remember him saying that.
Okay. And it would help you to review that portion of the interview to refresh your recollection on
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Okay. Your Honor, can we take a brief recess and allow the witness to refresh his recollection?
Judge, I'm hearing is the officer is asking, yes.
It's supposed to kind of mid-afternoon recess, anyway, so we're gonna go ahead and do that and, allow the detective to hear a little bit of this interview. Refresh his memory on anything. Please keep in mind, you cannot discuss anything about the trial case. Keep your thoughts to yourself, remain open-minded. We'll get you back in here in about 15 minutes. All right, be seated, please. Did you say you had it queued up, or did you need to get it queued up?
I believe we're ready. What I mean by that is, it worked.
Quiet, please.
So it's plugged in, I think it's coming up on the screen. I don't know what the audio is going to do. I don't know how loud it's gonna be when I start. That's it. That's it.
All right.
Okay.
Total said, all you remember was, Marcos. Do you remember anything else? What he might have said, or, what the exact first words were? He was just like, let it go, to let it go, or something like that. And that's what was like, yeah. Before that, was he saying anything on the sheet? No. I didn't really care, but then, you know, yeah, I don't know, at that point in time, just like, what to do. Do you remember what he was saying to you? The words he used? I think you said he was cussing like, you were like, why are you cussing me? You didn't want to do this, you said, motherfucker, or something like that. I don't think it was anything racial. Yeah. That I heard, I don't think, you know, I was just trying to get like, completely blunt, or something, but, I don't think it was anything racial, but he did say like motherfucker and, fuck you, and like, basically, I know he said fuck you outside, because that's when I thought he had a hand in us. Like I said, I was this way, and he went that way, and I was thinking.
Detective, did that refresh your recollection?
And so, what will be the question when he comes back, just so make sure that he does in fact understand what you're asking?
Yes. So, detective, during your interview on April 25th, 2018, with James Shaws Jr., did he state to you 2 times that he did not recall Travis Reinking saying anything, or he did not believe Travis Reinking said anything racial?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any issues?
No.
I mean, you may have some redirect there, but, understand that, but as far as this is one issue is concerned, everything's on target. Okay.
I believe the foundational set to ask the
All
question.
right. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Day,
We'll talk about it next week.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Detective Claire, having reviewed the video, has your recollection been refreshed rather?
Yes, I completely misunderstood your question, so.
That's okay, I can ask bad questions sometimes. So now having reviewed that video, isn't it true that during your April 25th, 2018 meeting with James Shaw Jr., that he said on at least 2 occasions in reference to Mr. Reinking's statements the night at the Waffle House, that Mr. Reinking did not say anything racial?
That's correct.
Now, he did go a little further in talking about things that Mr. Reinking did say related to curse words. Is that right?
That's correct.
I think he said that Mr. Reinking actually said, called him an MFer. I'll just leave it at the initials, and said some other expletives.
Yes.
But nothing racial.
Correct.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Ready, Rick?
There.
All right, thank you, Detective. Next step in. All right, next one.
Julie Ellis.
Same sort of thing, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon. Could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Yes, I'm Julie Ellis, Julieellis.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department's Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department's Crime Laboratory?
I'm the unit supervisor for the Forensic Biology Unit. Prior to that, I was a Forensic Scientist 3.
And specifically, what do you do? You told us the forensic, but what in general do you analyze and test for the police department?
Yes, so basically the Forensic Biology Unit is the DNA unit. So we take evidence from crime scenes and process it for biological fluids called serology testing, and then we forward those samples to DNA testing.
Thank you. And I may just generally refer to it as the DNA unit or DNA. Could you tell us briefly what your background and experience has been for you to have the job that you do now?
Yes. I have been with Metro Nashville Police Department's Crime Lab for almost 7 years. It'll be 7 years in March. Prior to that, I worked at a private DNA laboratory called Orchid Cellmark for 10 years as a DNA analyst. After that laboratory closed, I worked at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation as a forensic technician for about 1.5 years. And then after that job, I worked at LabCorp Clinical Trials as a project specialist.
And over the years, have you examined few or many items of evidence in connection, with DNA analysis?
Many.
Hundreds, thousands, or
thousands.
And
what is your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's of science in microbiology from Tennessee Tech University.
And with respect to your reports and results, DNA analysis, have those been presented to courts, both in Davidson County and perhaps other states and the South?
Yes, they have.
Your Honor, I would tender Ms. Ellis as an expert in DNA analysis if there's any board item.
No, Your Honor, this is the, she's next.
Members of the jury, Ms. Ellis will be declared an expert in the field of forensic science involving DNA analysis. As an expert, she's allowed to give opinions on matters related to this case, whereas most witnesses are only allowed to testify to factual issues because of her background and training. She's allowed to give opinions based on the information submitted to her. I'll give you a detailed instruction on how to evaluate expert testimony here in the jury chamber.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ellis, 20 years ago, I might have asked a whole lot more questions about DNA. I suspect now everybody's heard that, but briefly, could you tell us what is DNA and how is it used in the forensic setting, i.e. law enforcement?
Yes, so DNA is basically a blueprint for who we are. It's why some people have brown eyes and some people have blue eyes. You get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father. Every cell in your body has DNA in it except mature red blood cells, and everyone's DNA is unique except identical twins. How we use it at the crime lab is we obtain DNA profiles from evidence, and then we use known Buccal standards or reference standards from blood to compare those reference standards to the evidence.
And is DNA only used in legal proceedings? What was it initially developed for?
I think it's been used in other areas such as agriculture, medical field, obviously forensics like we're doing right here.
Okay. And approximately how long has DNA been used in the legal setting?
For forensics?
For forensics.
I believe it was first introduced in the mid-90s.
And over the years, has the DNA analysis advanced, or new techniques, new ways of analyzing substances?
Yes, it has advanced. DNA is always up and coming. I know when I first started, we were only looking at 13 locations on the chromosome, and now we're looking at 24. So it does change.
But the science of DNA, the chromosomes, things like that, has that changed?
No, that has not.
Or the basis for the analysis is still the same, is that correct?
Correct. We're still using the same methodologies we have.
Your Honor, if I could ask to get right to the point that exhibits 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 be passed to the witness. All set?
Yes.
All right. First of all, could you take a look at those items and see if those are items that you received in the crime lab and conducted examinations upon?
Four of these have been processed by the crime lab, and a fifth one looks like it was not processed by the crime lab, but received by the crime lab.
All right.
All of them have the unique identifier that the crime lab puts on each evidence piece.
Okay. And just for the sake of the record, which was not analyzed, which exhibit number?
6 DNA swabs from Kimber handgun.
All right. And does it have the exhibit number on it? I believe that should be
30.
30. Okay. Thank you. So we can set that one aside. Could
Could you tell us what is the process of conducting an analysis, the steps that you go through? And you mentioned a moment ago about a buccal swab. What is that? And how do you spell that just for?
Buccal, Buccal. It's from the buccal cells inside your mouth that we use as a reference standard.
And what is that? Why would that be required as far as analysis with respect to being a known sample?
We use known standards to compare against the evidence to include, exclude individuals.
Okay, and are two of those exhibits buccal swabs?
Yes,
And would that be exhibits 33 and 34?
yes, exhibit 33 and 34.
And what is exhibit 33?
Exhibit 33 are DNA swabs from James Shaw Jr.
And 34?
34 is 4 DNA swabs from Travis Reinking.
And exhibits 30, 31, and 32, would those be swabs collected from items?
Yes,
Oh, no, go ahead.
Exhibit 31, 4 DNA swabs, and exhibit 32, 22 DNA swabs from weapons.
Now, when you receive these items into the crime lab to be examined, I'd ask about the steps of analysis. What are those steps?
So when a case gets submitted to the laboratory, it is first received by our evidence receiving unit, who then puts the laboratory unique identifier on each piece of evidence, as I just mentioned. After the investigator sends a submittal form to the laboratory and it's approved, the case then gets assigned by the supervisor to the scientist to work. When the scientist picks up the evidence, then they then do serology testing on it, which is basically looking for biological fluids such as blood or semen on those pieces of evidence, or taking the piece of evidence straight to DNA with a cutting. After a DNA cutting is ready for the processing, there are 4 basic steps of DNA processing. The first one is extraction, so we extract the DNA from the cell. The second one is quantification, and that is where we're measuring the DNA in our sample that we have extracted from the sample. The third step is amplification, and that's where we're amplifying to get many, many copies so that our instruments can read what DNA profile is there. And the fourth step is reporting and interpretation for that case.
Now, when items are submitted for testing, say from a detective, and they have your 282 form, do you have any specific independent knowledge of what the case is about or any of the facts?
Only what the investigator puts on our submittal form, and maybe we have an email here or there to try to figure out more information if we need it for testing.
And which did you receive first, the known swabs or the items for testing?
We received the items of testing.
And are those kept separate and apart until they are analyzed to see the presence of DNA?
Each sample is tested alone. We cannot have more than one sample open at one time. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, part of the steps of the analysis. And with respect to that, is DNA always present on every item that is submitted?
No, not always.
Okay. And if there is no DNA found, do you make a notation of that?
Yes, it's reported. Any evidence that we have to look at, we have to report.
Is there also on occasion, when you've done the testing, that whatever is recovered may be insufficient for testing?
Yes.
And how does that occur? And what is the threshold?
For DNA?
For DNA testing?
Like not suitable?
Yes.
Okay, for not suitable, if we're looking for like trace DNA, which is limited contact by an individual to a surface or a material, if we get in a piece of evidence that is saturated with blood stains, we cannot look for trace DNA because the blood body fluid is going to hide or cover up that trace DNA. So that would be not suitable.
Apologize, as far as the last step being reporting, what gets you to that step as far as the comparison of being able to say whether someone's DNA is or is not on an item?
Yeah, if the DNA is there, we have to report it, and if it's an evidence sample and we have a reference standard, we do have to compare it.
All right, and in this case, did you have reference standards, i.e. James Shaw and Travis Reinking?
Yes,
And were you able to extract DNA from those known samples?
yes, we did.
And once that is extracted, does that turn into what is called a DNA profile?
Yes.
And was there any difficulty in obtaining that? In other words, was there sufficient buccal swabs and cells to be able to do that?
Correct, we had full profiles from the 2 Buccal standards.
Right. Now, with respect to the evidence that was submitted, could you sort of summarize, looking at your report, of what you received and what you examined?
Your Honor, may I look at my notes? Would you like me to read the list?
Yes, please, and go ahead and ask, were there some extra items that you received that are not included in what I'm asking about here today?
On our report is everything that we received in our unit, so I don't have anything that wasn't received in our unit on my report.
Okay.
So do you want me to start?
Yes.
Okay, we received lab item 006, which are swabs from firearms, which contain 00601 swabs from AR-15 tip of barrel, 00602 swabs from AR-15 trigger, 00603 swabs from AR-15 stain on right side, 00604 swabs from AR-15 stain on left side, 00605 swabs from AR-15 buttstock, 00606 swabs from ZZ rifle tip of barrel, item 00607 swabs from CZ rifle trigger, item 00608 swabs from CZ rifle buttstock, 00609 swabs from Remington tip of barrel, 00610 swabs from Remington trigger, 00611 swabs from Remington buttstock. That's all item 6.
Okay, and thank you for going through that, and that's where I was gonna hopefully stop you. With respect to, you received swabs from different weapons, is that correct?
Yes.
From what it's indicated here. And you also received swabs from various items of currency.
Currency?
Well, it says swab from, sample 1, sample 2, sample 3, on down.
Oh, under item lab 11?
Yes,
Okay, swabs from crime scene?
yes.
Yes. Do you want me to read all those?
No, I was
Okay.
just gonna say, because there's a lot.
Yes.
Just to get to that, you received a lot of samples from the crime scene.
Yes.
But honing in on the other items, there was a green jacket submitted, correct?
Correct.
Swabs from that, swabs from magazine, steel magazine, tan magazines,
Correct.
and did you analyze all of those?
We, some items were not examined, but we did bring them into our unit.
All right. And is it your professional decision as to what items to test and what not to test?
For homicides, we have a policy where we test 10 items. Given this was a priority case, we went over the 10 items.
Now, with respect to boiling this down into a nutshell, with respect to comparing Travis Reinking's known sample, known DNA profile, and James Shaw's known DNA profile, were those present on any of these items?
Yes.
And how do you know that? That's, again, part of the process. So explain that to how you know that in
Yes,
your
so
profession.
we extracted the DNA from the samples and then compared them to the reference standards. So when that comparison was made, If there's a match or consistency with that reference standard, then we report that match.
Right, and were there any matches?
Yes.
Could you tell us that?
Okay, do you want me to read the paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me just to start with the first one on the report?
That's probably a good place to start.
Okay. A presumptive test gave chemical indications of blood on swabs from S1, S2, S6, S9, S10, S14, SC, and SG, which are lab items 11.1, 11.2, 11.6, 11.9, 11.10, 11.14, 11.19, and 11.23. The DNA results obtained from these items demonstrated the presence of a single male contributor. This male DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from the Buccal Swab from James Shaw Jr., which is lab item 23. For 22 locations on the chromosome that we tested, the frequency of occurrence of the DNA profile obtained from these items I just mentioned above for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion. The DNA profile obtained from the Buccal Swab from Travis Reinking, item 12, is excluded as the source of the DNA profile from these items. An additional or indication of a possible additional contributor was present on item 1102.
And these would have been items collected at the crime scene.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And so you're saying James Shaw's, be it blood, saliva, whatever, was at the crime scene.
Correct.
All right. And from those swabs from the crime scene, Mr. Reinking's was not there.
Correct, on these items
on
that I
these
just
items.
listed.
All right. And just for the sake of reference, why is it given in odds, like 1 out of 100 trillion? What's the purpose of that?
It's how we report our statistics.
Okay. And of the likelihood that it could be some unrelated person's DNA?
The frequency of that profile is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion, which is greater than the world's population.
Many times over, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. Now, with respect to the AR-15 rifle and the swabs from it, is that discussed in the second paragraph?
Yes.
And what were your findings with respect to the examination that led to paragraph 2?
Okay. A presumptive test gave chemical indications of blood on one of the swabs from the AR-15 stain on right side, lab item 603. The mixed DNA results obtained from this item demonstrated a presence of 2 contributors. Assuming these 2 interpretable contributors to the mixture, a major and a minor DNA profile were obtained. This major DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from the Buccal swabs from James Shaw Jr., item 23. For 22 loci, the frequency of occurrence of the major DNA profile obtained from this item for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion. This partial minor DNA profile is consistent with the DNA profile obtained from the Buccal swab from Travis Reinking, item 12. For 4 loci, the frequency of occurrence of the partial minor DNA profile obtained from item 603 for unrelated individuals is approximately 1 out of 570.
So, would you say it was a match of James Shaw's DNA being on that AR-15 rifle?
A match to the major profile. So when we have 2 contributors, it means that one contributor shows up more than another. So you have a major and a minor. So we're looking at the major and his profile matches the major profile.
Okay. And could Mr. Reinking be excluded from also having been in contact with that AR-15 rifle?
No, he was included.
All right. But at a lower odds.
Right, he was consistent with a minor profile.
Okay. And so, without going through a whole lot other of the reports, at this point, paragraphs, if there were a video showing both Mr. James Shaw and Mr. Travis Reinking in possession of that AR-15 rifle, would your results substantiate that?
I believe so.
And were there other items where both Mr. Shaw's DNA and Travis Reinking's DNA were present?
Yes.
And if you could just sort of summarize that.
Like what item number?
Yes, and tell us, yes, what item number and,
Okay. On the the swabs from the AR-15 stain on left side, which is lab item 604, and the swabs from S8, which is lab item 1108. I obtained mixed DNA results from those items and it demonstrated 2 contributors. Assuming the 2 interpretable contributors to the mixture, a major profile was obtained from these items. This major DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from James Shaw Jr., item 23. For 22 loci, the frequency of occurrence of the major DNA profile obtained from these items for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion. The DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from Travis Reinking, item 12, is excluded as a source of the major DNA profile obtained from these items. Due to the limited minor DNA data obtained from both of these items, no comparisons will be performed.
okay. And does that in any way indicate that Mr. Reinking was not at some point in contact with that AR-15?
I can't tell you that yet.
Just from that sample, that swab, his DNA wasn't on it?
Correct.
Okay. And were there any other items where
Yes.
either one or both DNA were on items submitted to the crime lab?
Yes. A presumptive test failed to give chemical indications of blood on the swabs from the AR-15 butt stock, which is item 605. The mixed DNA results obtained from item 605 demonstrated the presence of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 interpretable contributors to the mixture, a partial major DNA profile was obtained from this item. This partial major DNA profile is consistent with the DNA profile obtained from the buccal swabs from Travis Reinking, item 12. For 18 loci, the frequency of occurrence of the partial major DNA profile obtained from this item for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion. The DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from James Shaw Jr., item 23, is excluded as the source of the partial major DNA profile obtained from this item. Due to the limited minor DNA data obtained from this item, no comparisons will be performed.
So does that tell us that the butt, the end of the rifle, had Travis Reinking's DNA on it
Yes, the 2 profiles were consistent with each other.
and not James Shaw's, as if he had the rifle?
Correct. He was excluded from this item.
So James Shaw's is on the part, but not the butt, but the barrel of the rifle. As far as the swabs, the tip, the stain, left side, right side, correct?
Yes, stain left side and right side. I'm not sure where those were located.
Yes. And the fact that there may have been other partial DNAs or unknown contributors on those items that were submitted, does that have anything to do with whether or not Mr. Reinking and James Shaw's DNA were present?
I'm sorry, can you
Oh,
rephrase that?
I'm just saying, did you determine that there were, I believe you said, unknown minor contributor?
Oh, no comparisons
The
could be made.
comparisons?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yeah,
it was too limited. I was unable to determine if anybody could be included or excluded because it was too limited. There was not enough there.
okay. And I'm just saying, does that in any way invalidate your findings that James Shaw's DNA, Travis Reinking's DNA was present?
No, because we're looking at the major and the minor, so no comparisons on the minor.
All right. And did you prepare your findings? You've been reading from some paragraphs. Is that from your official written report?
Yes.
If I could tender a copy. Ms. Ellis, could you take a look at that report or that copy and see if that is a copy of your report prepared with respect to the analysis in this case?
Yes.
I would tender that as exhibit with her. And I have no other questions, Ryan.
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
I have a trustee for the court.
They call Bridget Chambers. And for the purpose of the clerk, state will be asking to use exhibits 7, 8, 11, 12, and 13. And also exhibit 24.
If you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And you'll come around and make here this witness here, and please release the man while you testify.
Thank you.
She'll probably need some gloves.
I have some, actually.
Would you?
Every time I come to court, they're always super big, so I think my own is big for me.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chambers. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Bridget Chambers. It's BridgetChambers.
And where do you work?
I work for the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory and the Firearm and Tool Mark Identification Unit.
What is your, title or position there?
I'm a Forensic Scientist 3, a Forensic Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner.
What is the forensic firearms tool mark and you said identification examiner?
Yes.
Okay.
So my primary duties are to determine whether a bullet or cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm. I also do tool mark examinations, distance determinations, serial number restorations, and our NIBIN database entries and correlations.
Okay. And what is, I guess, how often are you working handling firearms and cartridges and cartridge casings is part of your job?
Generally on a daily basis.
What is your background and training in that field?
Previously, before I worked for the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory, I worked for the Indiana State Police Laboratory, and that's where I went through my training program. It's modular in nature. It had to do with firearms history, firearms identification history, manufacturing of firearms and ammunition. I also did microscopy modules, and then I had to do practicals and tests in each of these modules, and then I had multiple mock cases and then ended with a mock trial.
And what is your education?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice from Indiana University.
Have you ever had to testify as an expert in the field of forensic firearms and tool mark identification and analysis?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I tender the witness, Ms. Chambers, as an expert in forensic firearms and tool mark identification analysis.
With stipulations and expert.
He's over declared, again, very honest, explain that first testimony.
All right. Ms. Chambers, what is the process of testing a firearm?
When I receive a firearm, I will open the package that it comes in. I will first check that it's safe. I'll check the chamber, remove any magazines from the firearms, and then I will document that firearm, make, model, serial number, anything on the outside of that firearm that may look odd, and then I'll manipulate that firearm to check the action of the firearm. I'll take pictures of the firearm, and then I will take it into our range, and I will test fire the firearm.
And when you say test fire, what does that mean?
I'll usually load 2 cartridges into a magazine and load it into the firearm and test fire it into a water tank that we have at the laboratory.
And when the firearm is submitted into evidence along with the magazine, do you also test the magazine to see if it will operate with the firearm?
Yes, I do.
And is that common practice in your field?
Yes.
And are you able, is there a process by which you're able to determine whether or not a cartridge can be fired through a specific weapon?
Can you repeat the question?
A cartridge, what is a cartridge? When you in your report declare something as a cartridge, what does that mean?
A cartridge is an unfired piece of ammunition, so it's the cartridge case, the powder, and the bullet, and the primer is the ignition system of the cartridge, and that has been unfired.
So what we might commonly understand to be a bullet, is that just the many different pieces that you just described?
Correct. The bullet is the projectile that comes out of the barrel.
So once a projectile and once a cartridge case is loaded into a firearm and then fired through the firearm, what happens? Can you describe that?
So once the trigger is pulled, that ignition, the primer portion of the cartridge is ignited and ignites the powder within that cartridge. The energy in the powder the powder burns, and the energy will push the bullet down the barrel, and then in turn push the cartridge case back. The firearm will cycle, and then the cartridge case is ejected, and then the bullet goes until it hits a target.
And if a cartridge case is found along with a particular firearm that's also found, are you able to conduct a test and analysis to determine if that cartridge case was projected from that particular firearm?
Yes, I can.
And what is the process for doing that?
So when I look at the evidence cartridge cases that I received, I will intercompare those on what's called a comparison microscope. And that's 2 microscopes connected with an optical bridge and one set of eyepieces that lets me look at 2 things at the same time. And so I will evaluate those evidence cartridge cases first to determine the class characteristics that exist, which is the characteristics that are set by the manufacturer. So for cartridge cases, it would be the shape of the firing pin impression and the breech face marks. So once I've established that the class characteristics are similar, then I'll look at the individual characteristics of those cartridge cases. And those are the characteristics that are left during the manufacturing process or through the use and abuse of the particular firearm. So once I've looked at the evidence cartridge cases together, then I will take my test fire cartridge cases that I produced from the firearm, and I'll do the same process over again. I'll look for the class characteristics and the individual characteristics of the firearm, and I'm looking also for the reproducibility of those marks. And once I've completed that, then I will take a evidence cartridge case and compare it to a test fired cartridge case, and through the agreement of class and individual characteristics, I can determine whether that cartridge case was fired in that firearm.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to pick up exhibit number 13. That should be the long box. Ms. Chambers, this has already been admitted into evidence, but are you able to determine whether or not the contents of that exhibit 13 is an item that you tested?
So on the outside of this box, I have my case number, my item number, and my initials, along with my seals have my initials as well. I'm going to. And through the serial number on the firearm, I've determined it is the firearm that I examined.
And what was the process that you were just doing there?
I was checking the firearm to make sure it was cleared and safe.
Okay. And you said this is the firearm that you tested?
Yes.
What item number was that?
My item 003-01.
Okay, and what kind of firearm is it?
This is a Bushmaster XM15-E2S rifle.
And what is the Bushmaster XM15, could that be commonly mistaken for a AR-15?
Yes, it's the same platform as an AR-15.
Some, I guess lay people might commonly refer to it as an assault rifle. Would you, those of you who work in the field of forensic firearms, describe it the same?
No, we don't use that term. We say it's a semi-automatic rifle.
Okay, and you could put Exhibit 13 there. Ms. Chambers, you described it as a semi-automatic rifle. What does that mean?
That's correct. So a semi-automatic rifle requires that the trigger be pulled each time a cartridge has been fired.
And what is the difference between that and a automatic rifle or automatic firearm?
An automatic firearm, one pull of the trigger, you hold the trigger back and the firearm will continue to fire until you run out of cartridges in the magazine.
In a firearm such as the Bushmaster XM15, which you test fired, how quickly can one fire one round to the next?
As quickly as you could pull the trigger.
So it could be as quick as within seconds you could fire multiple rounds?
Yeah, it's possible, as quickly as you could pull the trigger.
Were you able to, I want to have you look at Exhibit 11? Can you look at that and tell me if there's anything on the outside of Exhibit 11 that suggests that you tested the items contained within that bag?
Yes, again, it has the case number, item number, and my initials, along with my initials on the seal.
Okay. And is there a description there contained on the bag?
Yes, it's 30 Pt.2 Remington cartridge casings.
And could you just kind of describe what that means, Remington Pt.2?
Yes, so these are Remington brand 223 cartridge cases, so they are fired cartridge cases.
Okay. And what is 223?
That is the caliber of the cartridge case.
And what was the caliber of Exhibit 13, the Bushmaster XM15?
This firearm is chambered for 223 Remington or 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridges.
Is that round or that particular firearm one that is commonly used by individuals, by the military, or either the U.S. military or other militaries around the world?
Yes, that's generally the 5.56 by 45 millimeter was designed for the military, and then it was adopted by the commercial side, and it was originally the 223 Remington cartridge, but since people were using it interchangeably, now the new firearms they've created, you can use both cartridges for those firearms.
Okay. And did you test the 30 Remington 223 rim cartridge casings that
Yes.
are contained in Exhibit 11?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to conduct an analysis as to whether or not they could match any particular firearm?
Yes, the 30 cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the Bushmaster rifle.
And that was Exhibit 13, which you showed to us just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Now I want you to, you can take that, she's put down with that. Exhibit number 8, would you please look at that? Now I'd like you to open exhibit number 8, please. And, sorry, before you open it, did you test or examine those particular contents?
No, I did not.
Okay. As a firearms two-mark, forensic firearms and two-mark identification analyst or expert, are you able to look at a particular cartridge case and determine what the caliber is and what it, I guess, the make or manufacturer by looking at it?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd ask you to open exhibit number 8.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Do you have any of the cartridge cases in you're able to see any of them, or?
Yes, there are numerous cartridges,
Okay.
unfired cartridges inside this bag.
Would you describe them for, describe at least one of them for me?
Yes, these are Remington brand 223 Remington cartridges.
And are they hollow point or, I guess, full metal jacket?
These ones in my hand, they are hollow point.
What is the difference between a hollow point and a full metal jacket?
So a full metal jacket has no hole at the end. It's completely covered, the bullet is. And the hollow points have a cavity in the nose of the bullet. And the reason for that is if the hollow points, they are intended to expand upon impact, stopping in the target that they are intended for. And then full metal jackets generally go through the target.
And do those cartridges appear to be the same caliber and manufacturer as the cartridge casings that you have already identified, which were in Exhibit 11 as being fired through the Bushmaster XM15, which was Exhibit 13?
They're the same manufacturer and caliber, yes.
Okay, thank you. That was that exhibit. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm not done with that exhibit. My apologies. I'd like you to look at exhibit number 7 and 12. Let's start with 7. Are you able to look at the package of exhibit 12 and determine whether or not you tested the contents of that package?
Yes, my case number and item number and initials on the seal.
And what is it contained therein?
This is a magazine for the rifle.
And what is a magazine?
The magazine is how it holds the cartridges and loads the cartridges into the firearm.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether that particular magazine fit any gun that you tested?
Yes, this magazine was a D&H Industries magazine. That's a manufacturer, and it fits and functions in the Bushmaster rifle.
And how were you able to make that determination?
I loaded cartridges into this magazine and loaded it into the rifle and cycled and fired them, and they functioned as designed.
Okay. And would you look at exhibit number 12?
Oh, that was 12.
Okay. Then exhibit number 7 then.
Okay.
And are you able to determine whether or not you tested the contents of exhibit number 7?
Yes, my markings are on here.
And what's contained in there?
This is 2 Hex Mag magazines.
Is Hex Mag any different than D&H Industries?
It's just a different manufacturer.
What caliber cartridge casing could be held inside of that magazine?
It's marked for 5.56 by 45 millimeter, but it could also hold 223 Remington as well.
And did you conduct a test to make that determination?
Yes, I loaded the cartridges into the magazine and cycled it through the firearm.
Okay. And which firearm are you referring to?
The Bushmaster.
The Bushmaster XM15?
Yes.
Okay. I ask you to open that exhibit number 7 so that we can see it. could you just show the jury and describe kind of how it works?
So here's the two magazines. They're the same hex mag magazines. And this is what's called the follower, and the cartridges are loaded into the top of this. And both of these can hold up to 31 cartridges. So you can load up to 31 cartridges, load it into the firearm, and with the cycle of the action, it will strip off the top of the cartridge in the magazine, fire, and then the cycling will continue to strip off as you pull the trigger until the magazine is empty.
Now, I'd like you to take back exhibit number 8, please. That was the exhibit that contained the 60 cartridges. And would you show the jury what the process is of loading one of those magazines? You don't have to load it completely, but just
Yes.
if you would put a few of the rounds in there.
So the cartridge fits into the top there, and this is a side-by-side on a staggered magazine here, and you just keep loading cartridges into the top.
Okay. And what you're doing is basically loading them one at a time. Is that
Correct.
All right, thank you. She no longer needs exhibit number 8, 7, or 12.
Got it done?
Yes.
Long day.
Yes. Long week.
Now, Ms. Chambers, would you look at exhibit number 24? Are you able to determine whether or not the contents of exhibit number 24 contains an item that you tested?
Yes.
And what was the process that you were just doing just then?
I was, again, checking the firearm to make sure it was clear and safe.
Okay, is it clear and safe?
Yes.
And could you just show it to the jury briefly?
So I checked the chamber here. The magazine has been removed, and there's no cartridge in the chamber.
Okay. And is there also a magazine in exhibit 24?
Yes, there is.
And would that magazine fit that firearm?
Yes.
And what kind of firearm is it?
This is a Kimber Pro Carry 2 45 auto pistol.
When you say auto, what do you mean?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
That's the caliber designation 45 auto or 45 ACP. It's just the cartridge that fits in the firearm.
Does that mean it's an automatic firearm or a semi-automatic?
It's a semi-automatic.
So still when you pull the trigger once, only one projectile would come out.
Correct.
Right. Were you able to test that firearm to determine if it was in working condition?
Yes, I was.
And what were you able to determine?
During the examination and test firing of this firearm, I documented that it looked like there was some rust within on the barrel and on the rails. So during test firing, when I would I load the magazine, a cartridge into the magazine, load the magazine into the firearm, and when I would release the slide, that strips that cartridge off the top of the magazine and loads it into the chamber to be fired. However, when I did that, the slide itself was protruding a little bit, which means it was out of battery. And when a firearm is out of battery, you cannot pull the trigger and fire it. So what I had to do is I just had to tap the back of the slide to get it to close fully, and then I was able to test fire it.
Okay, so it could operate, just not immediately.
In a laboratory setting, correct.
And if an individual was aware of that, the firearm would need that tapping in order to get it to work, would they be able to operate the firearm?
Yes.
All right, that is all for exhibit number 24. Do have. And Ms. Chambers, you have one box sitting by you. Could you tell me whether or not it has any indications that it's associated with this case?
Yes, it has the case number, item number, and my initials on the box and on my seals.
And does that indicate to you that the contents therein is it an item that you tested as part of the investigation?
I can't say that for sure because it looks like my seals have been.
Okay. Did you produce a report there what does the, on the outside of the box, does it give any description?
Yes, it says it's the Remington 30-06 with magazine.
Okay.
And then it has, I believe, the serial number. Yes, the serial number.
And did you test the Remington 30-06 with the magazine?
Yes, I did.
And what is the serial number you see on the box?
It is 711-98178, which matches my notes.
Okay. And I'd like to pass up to you a image, which I believe. Ms. Chambers, when you look at that image, could you describe it?
Yes, this is a Remington model 710 30-06 rifle.
And is that image consistent with the Remington 30-06 710 rifle that you tested?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that the image be our next exhibit and permission to publish it to the jury over the screen. Yeah. And that item be marked for identification purposes only, the firearm.
The 30-06.
No, the physical contents of the box be marked as the next exhibit for identification.
Right, yeah.
Yes. So the picture should be 36 and the actual firearm should be 37 for ID at this time.
Got it.
And Ms. Chambers, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture of the Remington 710 30-06 rifle.
And what do those terms mean?
Remington is the manufacturer, the model is 710, and then 30-06 is the caliber and the cartridge designation for this firearm.
Was there a cartridge case, magazine?
Yes,
Also?
there was a magazine.
And how many rounds could that magazine hold?
This magazine could hold 8 cartridges.
8 cartridges?
Yes.
And what type of, the manner, if I wanted to fire that weapon, what are the exact steps I would have to take in order to fire it?
So this is a bolt action rifle. There's like a handle on the side that's connected to the bolt. And to load this firearm, you could load the magazine, then manually close that bolt, which would strip that cartridge off the top of the magazine, pull the trigger, and then that action stays closed and the cartridge case is still loaded inside that firearm. So to eject that, you have to manually open that bolt, and then it would eject the cartridge case and then close it again to reload.
Is that different from the Bushmaster XM15?
Yes, the Bushmaster rifle is a semi-automatic, and it's a gas-powered, gas impingement type action, which means that the gas from firing the cartridge goes into a tube and then impinges on that bolt, and that the action of the gas onto that bolt will push that bolt back and eject, and then the recoil spring will go back and strip that cartridge and will load without any manual interaction.
And would you be able to fire the Bushmaster XM15 more rapidly than this bolt action Remington 1730-06?
Well, you would not have to have any manual activity to load or unload the firearm for the Bushmaster as you would for this rifle.
Okay. And could you just circle for us where the actual bolt action portion is?
Is it not? Okay.
Is it not working?
No.
Let me try.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. All right. And what is? Okay. Thank you. And now I'm gonna circle some. What is this here?
That is a scope, a microscope, or not microscope, a scope to usually used for hunting to see what you're hunting.
And what is this right here?
That is the bipod. It's a stand. You can fold that down and lay it on the ground or on the table, and it's a stand for the rifle.
It's much like a sniper rifle?
It's just a stand to either set on the ground or to set on a table.
Okay, understood. Now I'm gonna move on to the next box, and we can take this image down. Yes, I'm done with that box. I will have another image though, sure. I'm sorry, Ms. Chambers, in case I didn't ask, was the firearm, which is now Exhibit 37 for identification purposes only, was that in normal operating condition?
Yes, it was.
And how about the Bushmaster XM15, which was Exhibit 13?
Yes, it was a normal operation.
Okay. All right, so now when you look at the box that is to your right and tell us whether or not you are able to determine if the contents contained therein were tested by you.
The package does have my markings and on the seals and on the box.
Okay. And are you able to, is there a description on the box?
Yes, it says it's a CZ 452-2E ZKM, and the serial number is 825386, which matches my notes.
Okay, so you tested a CZ452-2E ZKM rifle with serial number 825386.
Yes.
And you have an image in your hands. Is that image consistent with the firearm which I just read off, the CZ rifle that you tested?
Yes.
I'd ask that the image be Exhibit 38 and that the actual firearm be Exhibit 39 for identification purposes only. And permission to publish Exhibit 38 at this time. And we're gonna put it back up on the screen. Yes, we're done. Ms. Chambers, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture of the CZ rifle.
What is the caliber of this rifle?
This is a 22 long rifle.
And how many cartridge cases will it hold?
The magazine will hold 5 cartridges.
Okay, and will you just circle the magazine for me?
I'm sorry?
Circle the magazine for me?
Yes.
Right. Did you test fire this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And was it in normal operating function?
Yes, it was.
And what is this right here? I'm circling.
That is a scope for this rifle.
To your knowledge, what is this rifle normally used for?
This can also be a hunting rifle, usually for smaller game,
Smaller game such as?
like squirrels and birds and things like that.
Okay. Understood. Yes. Is this firearm a bolt action firearm also?
Yes, it is.
So what you discussed about the process of having to do each time, that's what you have to do with this firearm in order to make it fire?
Yes, this firearm is also manually loaded and unloaded.
Those are my questions, young man.
Good evening, Ms. Chambers.
Good evening.
So just a few questions. I want to direct your attention back to this, the 45 Kimber Pro Carry 2. I want to make sure I understand you, because based on what you were telling me and the jury, when you first attempted to examine this firearm, it was not in normal operating condition, correct?
Well, in the laboratory setting during my test firing, when I attempted to load a cartridge into the chamber via the magazine and closing the slide would not close by itself. I would have to press on the back of the slide to get it fully closed in the battery.
And that's not how the manufacturer intended a Kimber for that firearm to function, correct?
Correct.
So it was not in normal operating condition when you found it and test fired it or attempted to test fire it in the laboratory?
Correct.
Thank you. Just one reiterate question. Mr. Evans was asking about on the 45 Kimber, it being out of battery. We kind of talked about that. Did you put that in your report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At this time, I'd ask to pass up the report.
And just for clarification, is this report solely for that one weapon, or is this?
No, it's for all of her, or I guess maybe she should answer the question, Judge.
I don't mind if you put it in late, it's okay.
I just want to know, sometimes they have an individual report for each weapon.
And Ms. Chambers, you just looked at a document. Is that the report that you created in response to the testing that you did and testified about here today?
Yes, it is.
And that I'd ask that it be made exhibit number 40. And no further questions.
Anything else?
No, you're wrong.
Thank you.
The state's next witness is Dr. Thomas Deering.
He was in
read this form, please?
Sign the charter, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Dr. Deering, could you please state your full name for the record?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Tom Deering. Of course, Thomas, Thomas. Last name is D as in dog, Eering.
Dr. Deering, could you please describe where you're employed and what your position is there?
I work for a company called Forensic Medical Management Services, and we contract with Metro Nashville to be their medical examiner. So I'm an MD. I'm also a forensic pathologist, and my title currently is Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for Metro Nashville.
And can you describe basically what a medical examiner does?
I tell people my job's easy. I always answer two questions. What's the cause of death? And there's lots and lots of choices. And what's the manner of death? And there's basically 5 choices, and you're familiar with those: homicide, suicide, natural, accident, and we even have a category where we just can't figure that out. We call it undetermined.
And how long have you worked as a forensic pathologist?
Well, here in this office, it'll be 21 years at the end of this month.
Can you estimate how many autopsies that you have performed in that 21 years?
I just tell people I average more than 250 a year, and if you do 20 years times 250, I'm at 5,000. So I've done more than 5,000 autopsies.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Deering as an expert in forensic pathology.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jury, Dr. Deering will be classified as a forensic pathologist for purposes of his testimony and whatever opinions he deems appropriate.
Dr. Deering, could you generally describe the process of completing an autopsy?
When the body comes to us, it becomes in a body bag. So we'll take it out, we'll unzip it, we'll take a picture of it as is, take whatever photos we need. The body then is unclothed if that's necessary. We'll clean up the body. Sometimes first we're looking at injuries before we do all that. Occasionally there's some evidence that we collect at that point. But once that's done, the bodies are all cleaned up, and we take another set of pictures with them completely without clothes and cleaned up. And we can take x-rays at that point to see if there's something metal inside the body that we're looking for. Broken bones, things like that. Once we're satisfied at that point, and we often make diagrams of the injuries that we're seeing, we'll open up the body. So that's kind of our physical exam, and we have a way of opening up the body that we see all the organs, right where they are, including the brain. We can remove them all, we weigh them, we dissect them. We look for evidence of injury, we look for evidence of illness, and disease states. We'll collect specimens, like for toxicology. So blood, urine, vitreous fluid, which is from the eye, are typical things we collect, and send it off to another lab looking for medications and specifically illicit drug use and alcohol. I can collect evidence, and typically what that means is that if I'm looking for bullets, I can collect the bullet at that point, and we'll retain that so it can be put into evidence. If I need to, I can take little bits of organs and send them to a lab that will make a glass slide out of it, and I can use my microscope. On trauma cases, typically I don't need to do that, but that's something else I can do. So either on that day, if I have enough information, or once I get the toxicology back and glass slides, I come to a conclusion and I have an opinion, and I answer those 2 questions. Now, really, everything I just told you answers the first question: what's the cause of death? What I also get is a story, and it's very important because interpreting whether something is natural, whether it's an accident, or whether it's a homicide or a suicide, depends on what happened. So similar injuries may go one way or may go the other. So it's very important that I get a story of what happens. And then I answer the second question. I'll sign the death certificate. I'll put that on the autopsy report, and then the report with all my findings and my diagrams and the talks then gets published.
And many times, if the autopsy is related to a criminal investigation, do you meet with the detectives and or review any other evidence related to the case prior to testifying?
That happens very frequently. Sometimes frequently they come to the autopsy and we can discuss things. We may talk about it over the phone later. We may have meetings, if there's things to be figured out or trying to put together.
And is it common that in autopsies connected to criminal investigations that you might review additional photos, or if there's video of an incident kind of in connection with your trial testimony prior to testifying?
Well, yes, if I can get scene photos, and sometimes there's videos, that can often help. My job and what I'm trying to do with the autopsy is what we call clinical pathologic correlation. It means I'm trying to find the injuries, put it to what happened at the scene, and see if I can fit those together and make a logical conclusion of the events that happened.
Dr. Deering, were you involved and present for the autopsy of Joe Perez Jr., Torian Charles Sonderland, Aquila Jamal Da Silva, and Diebony Lachey Groves, all from the 4/22/2018 incident at the Waffle House located at 3571 Murfreesboro Pike in Antioch, Tennessee?
Yes.
And in preparation for trial and through the criminal process, did you review the surveillance video from the Waffle House and from that shooting?
Yes.
And I am going to begin by asking you specifically about the autopsy of Joe Rene Perez Jr. And did you create a report related to that autopsy?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask that a copy of the report be passed to you. Which, Dr. Deering, do you also have your actual file with you for purposes of giving testimony today?
Yes. All right, so this is all of those sheets that I told you about that go into the autopsy. I even did some microscopic work. I put the skin from one of the gunshot wounds in for looking at with my microscope. It has the tox report, and the cover sheet we call Report of Investigation by the County Medical Examiner. And it's sort of a summary sheet. It sort of tells the story of why we're involved with this case, and then it'll state the cause and manner of death that was decided on this case. And this is an accurate copy of Joe Perez Jr.
All right, this time I'd ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And I also have a 4-page document of diagrams that I would ask be handed to the witness.
Thank you.
Dr. Deering, do you recognize those documents?
Yeah, these are 4 diagrams that I made. These are mine, my work product from the autopsy on Joe Perez.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those 4 diagrams be made the next number exhibit. They have been pre-marked with A, B, C, and D. And Your Honor, at this time I would ask permission to publish those to the jury. Dr. Deering, this is what has been introduced as 41A, which is the full body chart for the autopsy of Joe Perez Jr. The next image is just a zoom in of that same body chart. This is 42B, which is the side view of the full body diagram. And again, there is a zoomed in image of the injury that is indicated in that diagram. And then 41C, which is, I guess, a head, multiple head, 6 different head views diagram. And again, a zoomed in image of the injury in that diagram. And then the fourth is 41D, which is a, I guess, top skull view diagram. And again, a zoomed in image of that diagram. Dr. Deering, I'm going to ask that you describe the injuries to Joe Perez Jr. And as we go through your testimony, if any of these diagrams assist your testimony and would aid in explaining any of the injuries to the jury, if you'll just direct me and I will publish that diagram as you testify.
If you'll start putting up the one with the head diagrams, the 6 head diagrams. Joe Perez, I described 4 gunshot wound paths, meaning there's an entrance and it either goes to bullet fragments or it exits, and that constitutes a path. So one wound may have 2 gunshot wounds, an entrance and an exit. So I'm just going to say I've described 4 paths. And they, just a quick summary, they have something in common is that they go in the same direction for the most part. The main thing that they share is they come from back to front of the decedent. So the bullets come from behind him and go forward through his body. I've labeled these and there's letters, and they're just the order in which I describe them. I can't say for sure, even having watched the video, that I can tell you this one came before this one and this one came, next. I've just described 4. In the video, the shots are fairly close together, so it would be hard to delineate which of those. And I'm going to start with the one that I called A over the top of the head. It's this one that looks like a really long carrot. And this is where I've kind of circled it. It enters back there and it tunnels along the top of the head. So it's going from back to front and coming forward. And in so doing, it fractures the skull and it injures the brain. So the other thing that's about it, and many of the wounds here, all of these wounds, particularly on x-ray, and once I get in and look at them, have a pattern that kind of tells me something about the weapon. And that these are that when the bullets hit the target, they break into a lot of tiny little pieces. I mean, they're not all tiny, but there's a lot of tiny ones. And you can see that right away in x-ray. And when you get inside, the injuries on the inside are way more significant than the diameter of the bullet going through, which typical things like a handgun, typically, it's the diameter of the bullet that injures as it goes through. But with rifle wounds, something that's a high velocity gunshot wound, the injuries on the inside are often much larger than just the path of the bullet. And we see a lot of these little pieces, and we're going to see that pretty much in most of the wounds that I'm going to describe. So that's the first one. So then I'd like to go, well, let's go to the one to the top of the skull that shows the cranium. And really, I'm just showing that although this hits the top, the energy and the force of this actually fractures the bottom. So this is the top of the skull. This one here is with the brain removed. So this is what the brain sits on. And there's significant fractures even on what we call the skull base. So this is a devastating wound. I don't have pictures of it, but I have described that the brain is lacerated too. It's torn significantly from that one. So can we go to the full body diagram, please? I've said that there's 4 wounds. I just did the first one. The second one is on the left side of the neck, I labeled it B. And I'm gonna turn a little bit towards you and just sort of point in this area, it's here. And it goes from back to front, and it's gonna come out E, and I'm gonna go to that diagram in a minute. I just wanted to show you, so I didn't skip it. The next one is gunshot wound C, and it's kind of the posterior left shoulder area, and that bullet goes from back to front. And there's gonna be wounds associated with that. It hits the scapula, the shoulder blade, and it fractures it. It hits several ribs in the back, and it ends in lots of these little fragments. And you can actually see them on X-ray. The fourth one, and again, remember, I'm going to go back to B, is this one D, and it's on the right side. It's a lot different than the other three. In my opinion and experience, this bullet hit something first. The bullet started to break. Sound a simple one. It hit something first, and at that point it becomes shrapnel. A lot of little pieces of bullet are now hitting the skin, so it's very irregular, and there's a lot of black material that's not present on the other wounds in this. So I was wondering at first if it might be asphalt, and then it hit it and kind of picked it up. And watching the video, there is a black post or a black pole that's in the direction of the bullets, and that's the only thing that I see that it could hit. I don't know if the pole is wrapped with something, but there's black material that's embedded in a lot of these wounds. And I think I recovered some of the fragments.
And it's that pole that you've described, was that a handicap sign that was in the parking lot?
I don't remember what it was. I just was looking for something black, and as we looked around, there was a pole that was black, and I may be wrong about that. But can we go now to the side picture? So here is from the side, and if you look along the left side, that's much better. This very large wound here is the exit wound. That's gunshot wound E. And interestingly, in rifle wounds, this is the kind of wound where it is often typical that the exit is much larger than the entrance. Another, indication of what kind of a weapon we may be dealing with, and this is a very good example of that. The exit is much larger than the entrance. It really just injures a lot of soft tissue in the side of the neck, but those are important structures as well. So this one goes from back to front. There may be some other little directions on it, but what they all have in common is all four of these wounds are coming from behind. You have a devastating wound to the skull, you have a significant wound to the back of the left chest, and an injury to the left neck, and then a shrapnel wound with lots of little pieces that are in there. And that pretty much, I think, summarizes, and I think I've used all the diagrams from Joe Perez's case.
Dr. Deering, you've referenced the rifle wounds in this case. Can you explain a little bit and differentiate it from maybe a handgun, a 9mm, and how the injuries are different?
The speed of the bullet makes a big difference. When high velocity first started showing up, they called them exploding bullets because when autopsies were done, it was amazing how much injury was seen inside versus just the small size of the bullet. And I kind of already explained, like with typical handguns, the injuries are the width of the bullet, and sometimes bullets tumble, so they're a little bit wide, but this is a temporary cavity that is created in the tissue, and the injury will extend out that whole cavity. Therefore, we see the larger exits like you see from B to E. That's actually an example of what happens when you see high velocity hitting a body. And there's going to be some other injuries we see in some of the other decedents that will show you this as well.
And if someone is not trained in rifle wounds versus a handgun 9mm wound, would it'd be easy for them to mistake an exit wound for an entrance wound.
But we've seen that before. Yes.
And the conclusion of the autopsy of Joe Rene Perez Jr., can you say what the cause and manner of death is?
In my opinion, the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, specifically a rifle, and the manner of death is homicide. Now, I have to tell you, when I say homicide, I mean that it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a murder. They're not synonymous. It may be, but it may not be. That's what you decide. I'm just saying that he died as the result of somebody else's actions, not his own.
Thank you, Dr. Deering. Moving on to Torian Sonderland. I'm going to ask that you be passed a report. Which, Dr. Deering, I have one last question for Mr. Perez's case. Based off the injuries that he sustained, how long would he have lived?
Well, the injury to the head is devastating. So we're talking seconds to maybe minutes. I would expect him to be immediately unconscious once the head shot is present. I guess I would stop and say very, very quickly, if not almost immediately.
Thank you. Do you recognize the report that was handed to you?
All right, so this is an accurate copy. It has the report of investigation. It has my autopsy report, the diagram, and the toxicology, all on Torian Sonderland.
Your Honor, I would ask that that document be made the next numbered exhibit. And I have the 3 pages. The first 2 pages are diagrams. The 3rd page is an X-ray image. Yes, Your Honor. With C being the X-ray image.
And these are 2 diagrams that I created for the autopsy on Torian Sonderland. And this is a portion of one of the X-rays that was taken in that same case.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those be introduced. Dr. Deering, I have just placed 43A, which is a full body diagram on the screen. The next image is a zoomed in image of the head injury that you have denoted on the diagram. And the next image is a zoomed in image of the torso portion of the diagram. We also have the lower body portion. The next image is 43B, which is a side view diagram of the body. And then the last image, which is an X-ray image, is 43C. And again, just as you did with Mr. Perez, as you testify about the injuries to Mr. Sonderland, if you could just direct me to the diagram that would assist you the most in your testimony.
Let's do to the closer up of the back of the head. Mr. Sonderland's case is probably the most complicated of the 4. I believe that I've described 7 gunshot wound paths. And again, I'd like to kind of group things together. And some is because I've seen the video and they make sense from things that I've seen. I'm just gonna go ahead and start again with a headshot. So we have gunshot wound A, which is right there, and it exits right there. So instead of going over the top like we saw in the last one, this one is going from the decedent's right to left, goes across the back of his head. So it fractures the skull and it tears the left side of the back of the brain as it goes through, which makes sense from its location. And its main direction is right to left. So I just kind of wanted to focus on that one. Now, if we could see the full body diagram. There's a cluster of 4 shots around the right chest. In the right back, there's B and C. Here in the front, there is gunshot wound E, which is kind of like right there in the center. And E is going to exit in gunshot wound F, which is right here. And the fourth of those is not in this picture, and we'll get to that in a minute. That's gunshot wound G. I'm going to show you where that is. Gunshot wound G is over here on the right side. So we have 2 in the back right, 1 on the side right, and we have 1 in front. The interesting thing about the 1 in front, it's going the other direction. It's going from the decedent's left to right. The exit is much larger than the entrance, so we've seen a second example of that typifies what we might see in a rifle shot. The other ones all tend to go right to left. And there may be some up and down and forward and back, but that's their main direction, similarly to what we saw in the back of the head. So now we've described 4 shots that go right to left and 1 that's going left to right. If we could go ahead and take a look at that lateral view. And here's gunshot wound G. And you can't see it very well in this picture. I've described up here, I've wrote the word stippling. We've not seen this on any other wound so far. There's little pieces of partially burnt or unburnt gunpowder that have abraded, stuck themselves in the skin and made a little mark. You know, they made an abrasion. It means that this shot is closer than all the other shots. And it gives us some information. Now, as a group, so we have these 4 shots from around the side. As a group, we're going to have injuries to multiple things. And let me just read down here what we've got. A lot of them fracture right ribs 5 through 9, so that whole area was hard to sort out what hit what because they all hit the same area. So ribs 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all fractured by the gunshot wound. And the upper and middle lobes of the right lung are also injured. In addition, there is a laceration to the right side of the diaphragm. So the diaphragm has 2 leaps, and then the right side is done. There's a lower lobe injury of the right lung, and there's a laceration across the liver, and maybe even all the way across to the other side to get the spleen. So you have multiple wounds coming from right to left, and the structures that are in the way are all broken or lacerated. And that includes the right lung, the liver, the diaphragm, and the ribs are all injured. And I found 300 milliliters of blood sitting in that right chest. It's called a hemothorax.
Dr. Deering, what's significant about finding the 300 milliliters of blood?
It just means that there was certainly passive bleeding from the wounds.
Dr. Deering, what, if anything, can you say about, is there any wound that appears that it occurred before or after any of the other wounds?
From comparing it to the video of when they started, and I can actually see the decedent come from one side, move through the video, and go to the other side. My best approximation to this is the one that goes the other direction is the first one. You can see the decedent come very close, much closer to the shooter in the video, and that's likely this wound right here. So you have, can I stand up for a minute? So if you're perhaps, the viewpoint of the shooter, the decedent starts this way, so the first wound comes this way, and then you can see him turn, second wound, third wound, fourth wound. So I think these four occur in that order. Since those are very early on in the video, and you can hear the shooting start, the wound to the head must come later. And there actually are some other, and there's a wound to the left thigh as well. So talked about the wound to the head. There's also a wound that occurs to the left side, and that also goes from right to left. And just from, again, that seems to be later. I think the cluster of four occurs first. I don't know exactly about the others. The decedent may be falling to the ground while shots are still being fired. So that may account for the others. And I think I haven't described one wound yet. If we'll go back to the full body diagram, there's one more wound right here in the neck, and that's D. So, and it goes right to left and front to back. So it's going in here, and it fractures the clavicle and the ribs that are attached to the sternum, and it injures the left lung as well. That's another one that that is also going kind of in that right to left pattern. It's not as much as some of the others. So we have head, we have neck, we have four to the chest, and we have the left thigh. And I believe that's the 7 wounds that I saw in the video sequence is watching, if I'm the shooter, is watching the decedent go from here to here and down to the ground is where he's found. So that's what makes most sense out of these. Certainly the head wound is a devastating wound, but this cluster of wounds to the chest, I can't sort out and say one is more that they all injured the lungs and the ribs. So they would also all be potentially fatal wounds. The one to the thigh didn't hit any bone, so I don't think that's, let me just double check when I say that. No, it doesn't hit any bone. So that in and of itself is probably not a fatal wound, but I think it's a later wound rather than an earlier wound.
And Dr. Deering, based on the injuries and wounds to Torian Sonderland, is there anything that you can say about how long he would have lived after suffering these 7 gunshot wounds?
Again, particularly because of the head wound, he's going to be unconscious immediately. And I'm going to give him, again, seconds to maybe, some minutes. On chest wounds, I've often seen way more than 300 milliliters of blood. That's almost just the amount that's kind of sitting there in the lungs. So his death may have been fairly immediate. Of course, you can see from the video, he moves. So I like my opinion of, seconds to maybe a minute or so.
Your Honor, can I verify that the jurors are able to see the images on the screens in the jury box since we're clearly having issues with the large screen TV? Thank you.
Please let us know if you have any difficulties.
And I don't know if we just need to turn that off. It's a little distracting.
got something at the bottom.
Dr. Deering, previously I showed you an X-ray image. And can you describe specifically kind of the difference in the injury that this rifle round has caused versus, again, just comparing it to a 9mm round?
The X-ray pattern, this is the term that's been coined called a leaded snowstorm. So bullet fragments or metal on this particular X-ray will be white. Dense bone is white. Air is more black. So particularly on the right chest where there were multiple bullets, these represent, fragments. Once the bullets hit, they broke into pieces. This is likely from gunshot wound D, the one that was up there below the neck and went into the left upper chest. This is that pattern of leaded snowstorm that indicates to me that we may be dealing with a rifle wound, something that's high velocity.
And Dr. Deering, did you establish a cause and manner of death at the completion of the autopsy for Tori and Solomon?
Yes, in my opinion, the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, likely rifle, and the manner of death is homicide.
I'm going to ask that you be handed a report.
This is a copy of the report of investigation. It's the autopsy report with the diagram and the diagram that was made by Dr. Randy Tajjan, one of my colleagues, on Aquila da Silva.
And were you present during the autopsy of Aquila da Silva?
Yes, the two of us were doing autopsies in the same autopsy suite.
And there's another doctor that performed this autopsy. Is there a particular reason why?
Well, it's just caseload, trying to finish them, especially with multiple gunshot wounds and the amount of complexity. So, and to finish them as promptly as we could, we split them up. I did 3, and my colleague did the 4th. Oh, the other reason, I'm sorry, there's a better reason. Mr. Da Silva went to the hospital. He was not pronounced dead at the scene. So resuscitation efforts were made, and he may have come in at a different time frame.
And have you reviewed the autopsy that was performed by the other doctor? And have you reviewed, I guess, all of the photographs and everything associated with it and come up with your own conclusion as to the cause and manner of death?
I did, yes.
And did it concur with the other doctor's opinion?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that the autopsy report of Aquila da Silva be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And I have 2 documents, the first of which is a diagram, the second of which is an X-ray image.
Yes, and this is a copy of the X-ray from the Aquila da Silva case and a copy of the diagram made by Dr. Tajjan from the same case.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those documents be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. I think 46A and B, did you already do that?
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish them to the jury?
You may.
And Dr. Deering, this is the full body diagram for this autopsy report. Again, there is a zoomed in image of the actual injuries, and then the next image is the X-ray image. As you go through the autopsy of Aquila Jamal da Silva, if you could direct me to which, if any, of these images would assist you in your testimony.
We'll just stay right here. This one's much more straightforward. There's 2 gunshot wounds. They're both up here. So right anterior shoulder, right chest. There were injuries to the upper lobe of the right lung. There were fractures of the right, second, third, and fourth ribs. There was blood inside the right chest. That is from the gunshot, what he labels as A. And the other one injured the top of the right arm bone, the humerus, the right collarbone, and the right scapula, the shoulder blade, and hemorrhages along those wound tracks. So consistent with where we're seeing them, these are the bones and the structures that were all injured. The main direction is from front to back. They also go from the decedent's right to left and slightly downward. So both of them are kind of parallel wounds. If you would go to the X-ray, what we're seeing on here, we see the leaded snowstorm plus some larger fragments of bullet. It's in that area. That's the fracture of the arm bone that you can actually see on the X-ray. It's broken. We may not be able to see others.
Which, Dr. Deering, there appears to be a paper clip. Can you explain that?
Yeah, the paper clip is from the hospital. They have marked where an entrance wound is. They put a paper clip on the surface of the skin and took the X-ray, so that when you're looking at the X-ray, you can say, oh, there's a wound there. So the paper clip's not inside of him. It was just on top of him when they took this X-ray. So, and that's, you can see the area, it's the right chest. And those are the injuries associated for Aquila da Silva.
And can you tell anything about how close in time those injuries would have occurred to each other?
There's nothing really specifically about them. They're side by side. I sort of assume they came in rapid succession. They're in the same direction. It would be hard to do that if they were separated in time, but I don't really have anything about the autopsy that lets me do that.
And are they consistent with someone being low to the ground at the time that they sustained these injuries?
It's always a hard question to answer. I mean, what I can say for sure, that the shooter was in front because they're coming from front to back. It was, since they go from right to left, if I saw front to back, if I go right to left, if you're kind of from the shooter's perspective, and superior to inferior, a number of things can happen. And it's hard for me to predict both shooter and decedent. If one is a given, I can kind of place the other. If we say the shooter is holding the gun fairly level, then to go downward on the person, they can be ducked this way. If they're up straight, then the shooter is either higher than them or is holding the gun up and pointing downward. And I can't tell either from it. But the question is it consistent with someone being lower? It says, well, it could be, depending on where the shooter is and how he or she is holding the gun.
And in Mr. Da Silva's case, what, if anything, can you say about how long he would have survived after sustaining these injuries?
Well, this is one that the death would ultimately be from bleeding to death. He's not unconscious. He obviously made it to the hospital. They performed some procedures to try to save him, and it wasn't soon enough. So this goes more, minutes to maybe an hour or more. I can't be more precise than that versus being immediate. And obviously it is. There'll be a time of death from the hospital when he was pronounced that you can link back to when the shooting happened and get a pretty precise of how long he lived.
Is either of the gunshot wounds, I guess, more lethal or more devastating than the other?
It's a little hard to say. Certainly the one to the lung is gonna bleed significantly, but a fractured arm bone and clavicle and scapula is gonna have a fair amount of bleeding as well. So they're both pretty significant.
Would you expect this decedent to at some point have a hard time breathing?
Yes, well, they mention a word in here. Dr. Tajjan talks about atelectasis, excuse me, dry tongue, I can't say it, atelectasis of the lung. It just means the lung has started to collapse. And when there's a hole in there, you can get air around the lung. You can also get blood around the lung, and it starts to press on the lung, and it's not able to inflate like normally. So that would be not an unexpected finding in somebody shot in the chest like this, that they would have a hard time breathing eventually.
But Mr. De Silva, as compared to the other two autopsies that you've testified to, he would have lived a much longer period of time, even up to an hour. Is that correct?
And he did. I mean, he did live longer than the others.
Which I believe on the previous diagram, there was clearly medical intervention that occurred with Mr. De Silva. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the cause and manner of death that was determined after the completion of Mr. De Silva's autopsy?
The cause of death by Dr. Tajjan, which I agree with, is gunshot wounds of the torso. And the manner of death is homicide, and the torso, of course, being kind of from the neck to the pelvis.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that the doctor be passed a report, and then immediately after, I'm going to ask that he be handed a 2-page diagram.
This is the report of investigation, the autopsy report, the tox, but my diagrams are not in this particular copy.
And Your Honor, I'd ask that the autopsy report be introduced as exhibit number 47, I believe.
Yeah.
Dr. Deering, are those two documents that have been handed to you, are those the diagrams?
Yes, and these are the diagrams from the autopsy report that I made during the autopsy.
And Your Honor, I would ask that those be made the next numbered exhibit 48A and B.
And the decedent in that case is, do you have any Groves?
Dr. Deering, just as before, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at that screen. Dr. Deering, are you able to see the diagram on your screen?
Yes.
And this diagram is the full body view for, again, you've said the autopsy of D'Evany Lachey Groves. And there's also a zoomed in image of the injuries to her upper torso. And then your second diagram, which is the side view full body diagram, as well as a zoomed in image of those injuries. If you could just direct me to which, if
Let's stay
either.
with this one.
Thank you.
This decedent also suffered 2 gunshot wounds, A and B. They're side by side or kind of next to each other. They're parallel. And in fact, after describing each entrance, I described the wound path as a collection of both of the 2 of them. There's fractures of left ribs, 6 and 7. The spleen, which sits over on the left side, just under the ribs, that's torn. The left side of the diaphragm is torn. The left lobe of the liver, so the liver's mostly on the right side, but there's a lobe of it that kind of goes over the middle to the left. So the left side of the liver is torn. The colon is injured, so part of the intestine. The pericardium is the sac around the heart, that's torn. And there has been a perforation of the left ventricle of the heart, or a penetrating wound has gone into the heart. And in fact, I recovered a large fragment of a bullet from the aorta. And the aorta itself wasn't hurt, wasn't injured, but I believe this fragment of bullet that hit the left ventricle was pumped by the heart up and out into the aorta, and that's where I recovered it from. And I also recovered some other small fragments. The x-ray in this case shows the leaded snowstorm kind of a picture. And in this particular case, there's no exits. Both the wounds go predominantly the decedent's left to right and injure those structures and organs that are over on the left-hand side. I recovered 100 milliliters of blood from around the heart, and 900 milliliters, almost a liter of blood in the left chest. Is there something else here? Yeah, and there's some small abrasions of the face that I see on the diagram, but this is more significantly what the major injuries are.
Dr. Deering, you referenced the small abrasions on her face. Would those be consistent with if someone else was struck by a rifle round that was in close proximity to her and her body was on the other side of that?
Well, we've seen a couple of wounds on other decedents that had this shrapnel kind of thing with little pieces. So based on this scenario and story, this could certainly be bits of shrapnel that hit her in the face from someone else receiving a gunshot wound.
And do you have any Groves's injuries? What, if anything, can you say about how long she would have survived after sustaining these injuries?
This would go similarly to Mr. Da Silva. The ultimate mechanism of death here is going to be bleeding to death, and she has a significant amount of blood in her left chest. Just double checking. Yeah, I think she did not make it to the hospital, so she was dead there on the scene. So a matter of minutes, and I can't 3, 7, 15, I don't know, but probably not, a half an hour.
The injury specifically to Diebony's heart, would that have caused her to be conscious or unconscious any quicker?
She'd be conscious with these, but that probably makes it closer to just a handful of minutes, because the heart is going to pump out blood under pressure. But there's no significant injury to the brain, so she would be conscious until she lost enough blood that she passed out.
And Dr. Deering, at the conclusion of the autopsy of Ms. Diebony Lachey Groves, what was the cause and manner of death that you determined?
In my opinion, the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds to the torso, probably a rifle, and the manner of death was homicide.
Thank you, Dr. Deering. I don't have any other questions.
Ross? Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Deering.
Good evening.
I'm only going to ask you a few questions about one of the cases, the Joe Perez Jr. case. I want to pull that file. And specifically, I'm going to ask you some questions about the clothing that he had on when he came to your office. I don't know what all you have in your file, but that might help you get to a certain spot. So you had mentioned earlier that when a deceased is brought to your office, they're usually brought in what you refer to as a body bag, and if they had clothes on at the time that they were taken from the scene, they would be clothed, and then if they any kind of personal property might be put in the bag. Is that how it usually works?
Yes. Okay. And sometimes even what they're wrapped in and so on can come with them.
Okay. And so when Mr. Perez's body arrived at your office, and you began to look at it, you noticed that he has clothes on and there was some items in the bag other than just his body. Is that correct?
Well, I've just listed in the autopsy what clothing that he had.
And in the autopsy, did you notice that there were 2 hats?
Yes.
That were found with him when he arrived at your office, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is it correct that one of them was a Navy hat?
I described a blue cap and a black cap.
Okay. And so one was black and then one we'll call it blue. If that's what's in your notes, as opposed to Navy. And were they, do you remember them at all? Or do you have any pictures with you at all?
We take pictures of the clothing. I don't specifically remember the caps.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to pass up. I don't know if you want to.
This is a photo of the clothing from this case. It has the autopsy number on a little ruler that's in this, so I know it's from this case. And it shows a shirt and shorts and jeans and shoes and socks and 2 caps.
Okay. And can you tell from the 2 caps which one you would call the blue one and which one you would call the black one?
The one on the left in this I would call the blue one, and the one on the right I would call black. I'd have to actually see the clothing to be sure, but that's what it looks in the photo.
Okay, and are both of them similar in nature, that they have the polo sign on the front?
Yes, it's a polo rider on a horse.
Okay, and do you recall that both caps had a 3 on the side of it? Do you recall that?
I can see that in the picture.
Okay.
They have a 3.
All right. Could you tell from, if you remember, which cap, the black or the blue, that Mr. Perez was wearing at the time of the incident?
Give me a moment just to review my photos. Maybe I can tell.
Okay.
I've got some just thumbnails. Yeah, and the few I've taken out of the body bag, the cap's no longer on his head. So on these initial photos, there's neither cap is on his head.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Do you know whether or not if either cap had any blood on them?
I don't.
Okay. The I'd like to first make the photo that he's looking at the next numbered exhibit, please.
Sorry about that. This one.
Was it all the clothing?
Yeah, it's a picture that has all the clothing with the 2 caps, with the polo and the number 3s on them. And then specifically, I'd like to hand him this one. Can you recognize what that is, Dr. Deering?
It's a close-up of one of the caps.
Okay, that'd be the black cap on the right.
It could be. I have to see both of them to tell, but it's dark.
Okay, but they both look similar. One's blue and one's black. Is that right?
Yes.
And that
could
appears
I have
to
that
be.
other picture back too? That'll I can answer it better because I think the 3s are a little different than the caps.
Okay.
So, and from this picture, yes, this appears to be a picture of what would be the black cap, or the one on the right.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'd like to make that the next numbered exhibit. 1 second. Those are my questions. Thank you, Dr. Garrett.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Jerry. Well, I don't know, is there any problems? I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Jerry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next one.
Yes. Maybe approach. Sure.
Mr. Jerry, I know you'll be greatly saddened, but we're going to adjourn the evening. And to make matters worse, we're going to start at 10 in the morning, so we've been a little bit, we got, two witnesses. Let me just go ahead and tell you, say you have one more witness and they're done. That witness is going to take a while, and that's why we're not going to start this evening. We're going to pick up with the state's, their witness tomorrow, and then, since we're moving along quicker than we thought, the defense is, they were expecting their experts maybe testify on variety. They said that they're going to be able to get it started, but it'll be 12:30 or 1. So we're going to start a little bit late, let you attend like tonight is Saturday night rather than another hard work night, and let you relax a little bit longer. And then we'll certainly finish up the state's proof in the morning, then get into the defense proof in the afternoon. Remember, I told you that at the end of the state's case in chief, I got to deal with some legal issues. We'll have to take a recess to do that, and that may be around lunchtime or so anyway. So we'll certainly try and make it work around the lunchtime and everything, so we don't waste any of your time. But please keep in mind, as always, do what my staff ask you to do, please. And if they do that, you won't see any news. But should there be anything around it on the way to the hotel, anything, please stay away from it. Do not pay any attention, and most importantly at this point, that you're under staff control. If anybody should attempt to contact you, please advise my staff immediately. I don't know how they'll contact you, since there's no phones or anything else, but do that today. Should it arise, please let us know immediately. So we're going to let you go for this evening and go relax, and again, you get back to the hotel room, get relax a little bit before dinner. I think it's scheduled for 6:30. So just go back and relax a little bit. We'll see you in the morning at 10 o'clock. Is there anything else this evening? We'll have a rough draft of the jury charge in the morning. We started on it. We can talk about your special jury instructions in the morning.
Yes, sir. What time?
You want to do that about 9? So that they can either incorporate them or
Yes, sir.
9 o'clock, all right, with everybody?
Yes.
You anticipating any special instructions?
Not that I'm aware of, but they addressed the issues.
about it?
I gotta read it and just double check.
Okay.
I haven't been
Let's
able to
just
do that.
plan on being here about 9 o'clock or so, and we'll deal with that or anything else that we need to deal with. Okay? And, I'll have a rough draft of everything else, and I'm gonna go ahead and tell you the flight will be included. That charge is included, and we'll look at, we'll talk about the other thing. All right? Court's adjourned.